G'day, gamer, you dunce. How are ya? Welcome in, you all. Dex, g'day. How's the last 5 hours been? Hope it's treated as well. Ready for some more floating head goodness? Well, let's start that, shall we? Alright, we got a few things I want to do tonight. A, the next ad that I need to get done. B, we need to name a bunch of these bobbles. Start getting a list of bobbles that I need to make. And C, I need to set up the interactions for this. So that should be a fun 5 hours. I was actually watching some, what are they called? VFX artists react. Morning, da boy. How are you doing? What's going on? I was watching some of the VFX artists react stuff today. The new video they put out for UFO videos. And I can't, there's so many UFO videos where it's just like, oh my god, UFOs. It's like, no, it's just a boat on the water in the distance. Idiots. It's so funny. Did I change my schedule? I have. I still have the original 7 a.m. start. And then I stream for 5 hours. So 7 a.m. to midday. And then I take 5 hours off to do some video editing, some video, like filming and whatnot. And then I start streaming now. Then I stream for 5 hours. That's what they want you to think. Of course, that's what they want me to think. Of course. I've been fooled by the system. How's Farm Boy going, boy? Making a lot of progress, getting a lot of features in. It's going nice. That's exactly what we want to hear. The grind is real. Oh yeah. Actually, have you gotten Adam to play your game? They want you to think that because it's true, and they're tired of trying to convince people to not waste their time. You haven't? So one thing I'm doing, boy, for when I have a demo of this ready, I'm getting Adam C. Eunice. He's online right now. He generally has somewhere between 150 and 200 people watching at a time. One thing I'm doing, which I think everyone that's making in the game and gonna put it on Steam should do, is they should watch Adam, lurk in his channel, give him some chats, give him some views and whatnot, and save up 20,000 points. Because he has a channel redeem for 20,000 points. Which is to review my game. Yeah. He raided me once? Yeah, he's raided me once too. Yeah, it's very good. It's very nice. Second, I think that was the second largest raid. No, third largest raid. Second largest raid. One of the two. Damn, wish I knew. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone should do it. Like if you can get that sort of feedback, and if Adam plays your demo on stream, it opens it up to a whole new set of people. You know? Free marketing as well. So definitely a worthwhile
and there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Yay, yay. What do we have here? 1 cent as a static body. You know what? I'm actually going to do this a bit differently. Because I don't want to do... I guess I could have 10 of them. So if I copy you 5, 10, 20, 50. I could put it into some sort of array, but nah. Now I do like the idea, gamer, of Bobble Ross. Bobble Ross sounds like a good one. What up, Dragon Blade? Why is there a floating talking head? Because, alright? I don't want to hear none of this anti-floating head BS, alright? Why are there so many limb trees? Huh? Huh? How are you doing, Dragon? Because nature. Good, just looking around. Nice. Well, welcome in. I'm gonna be figuring out some of our bobbleheads that I need to make, and just setting up the cash register for the player to interact with to for the NPCs to check out and stuff. This is going to be something similar to Trading Card Game Simulator, but with bobbleheads that occasionally come to life. Yes. Ignore the creepy horror undertones that will occur of this. I'm also going to make comics that will follow the story of some of the bobbles that we make, because we're going to have hero villain bobbles and stuff like that. Yeah. Gonna be fun. Speaking of which, I know professional bobbles. We have Officer Oscar. And who was it? Chef Julius, I think it was. Chef Caesar. And this be a sport bobble. Judoka Milos. And Fumbletooth. Hell yeah. This one's a villain. G'day, Marley. How are you doing? Welcome in. I can delete that now. I'm just wondering, actually, do you think Bobble Ross goes under casual or professional? What do you reckon? Casual? I was thinking the same thing. I do know under professional we are going to have Conan O'Bobble. Because we already have a Bobble with red hair and a suit. And I'm like, that looks a little bit like Conan O'Brien. That's right. We also had Nuclear Nathan and Alex Anger. Gonna have the clap. No, the slap. The slap. That's what it was. Heroes. This is just make it a bit easier to like separate them out, sort of thing. I don't need to write villain at the end of each name. There we go. Using NeoVim commands inside Obsidian. What's am I doing? What's am I doing? I think I've already got most of these. There's only 3 there that I need to make so far. Karen. Just have one of the villains named Karen. that can be the Slaps arch nemesis. That's what I need to do. Is there no 25-cent coin? No. So the reason for that is because of the interactability of this. So to make it easy for people to be able to like get change given to the customer, we have 1 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, 20 cent, 50 cent. And then we also have $1, $5, $10, $20, $50. So that way it's all very easy for the player. They don't have to be like, all right, we have 5 cent, 10 cent, 25 cent, 50 cent, 1 cent, $1, $2, $5, $10. You don't need the $1 and $2, or you don't need the $2. You don't need the 25 cents, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. It streamlines it a bit. I don't know the US currency. Neither do I. I'm in Australia. We have 5 cent, 10 cent, 20 cent, 50 cent, as well as $1 and $2 coins. And then our notes are 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. But yeah, this seems to be the standard setup for these kinds of games, is just this layout. So I figure let's not rock the boat too much. Let's let people that play this kind of game, let's give them what they're used to in terms of giving change to the customer. That way it feels familiar, but the game itself is different. So Don't want to go rocking the boat too much because then you'll end up with... Actually, I don't need to do that at all. What am I doing? I don't need these because the player will detect the interaction. These all need to be set up with their own scripts. That's what we need to do. So what sort of videos are you making? I'm going to be making in some YouTube videos. I've got one that I need to... put all the videos that I've recorded together. There's some parts that I feel like re-recording. And yeah, I just need to get all that done. But it's working well at the moment. I spend once every 4 to 5 days, I'll spend that 5-hour block just making like as many YouTube shorts as I can. I can usually get like 5 or 6 knocked out, sort of thing. That's with having lunch, having dinner, all that sort of stuff, getting some exercise and stuff like that. So yeah, generally in a 3-hour period, I can get 5 or 6 shorts knocked out, depending on how long the shorts are. And then that gives me the time. I can schedule all of those. And then the next 3 to 4 days, I can spend those 5-hour blocks outside of cooking, cleaning, groceries, all that kind of stuff that I need to do as well. I can spend that time doing focusing on the YouTube videos, doing recording stuff and editing and things like that. It's all about having a system. I tried to do a short and I sounded like a robot. Yeah, that takes some time. That's something that occasionally in my shorts, it's the same thing. Like if I'm focusing on work and someone asks me a question, I'll answer it very monotonely like this. And I get the point across, but it's very flat sort of thing. So I need to remember to bobble it up a bit. Inflect my voice here and there. Have my hands moving. Look appalled at something. Or laugh at something. Give it some body. That type of thing. Want to see it? Yes, I do. Post the link. I would love to see it. Let me see here. I think it's opened up over here. Ah, I see. So, yep. Yep, I see what you mean. You can't hear it, I can. Yeah, so it sounds like you're reading off a script. And I think that's what the issue is. Don't be embarrassed. Everyone's initial stuff is terrible. That's why it's the OCD at the end. Or have cringy expressions on face to get point across. Exactly. That type of thing. Up to the point of getting wrinkles, yeah. But yeah, it sounds like you're reading off a script, and that's actually one thing that's taken me outside of the issues with DaVinci Resolve and reformatting my system and stuff like that. The thing that's taken me so long to make my YouTube video is I'll go to record something. I will have the script memorized. I'll ad-lib some bits and pieces, but I will trip over my words. And I'm like, well, I have to redo that. I've been terrible my whole life. You're ahead of the curve. It's okay, gamer. We know you've been terrible. It's perfectly fine. I don't actually need those. The reason why I don't need those, they're going to have their own script, which will trigger the money moving. which means I need one under here. Your priority 0. Order 0. Adds money to customer change. Looking at a currency block. And then down here in secondary interact, we go L P0 order 0. Removes money from customer change, looking at a currency block. That's what we need. Oh, what up, Sammy? How are you? Doodles, Dragon. I'd say I'm going to get better, but I don't like lying. Now, you see, right there, gamer, you said you've been terrible your whole life. Lying would suit the terrible thing, so you should say you're going to get better. Because then when you don't, that's you being terrible. Come on. Come on. How are you doing, Sammy? You're gonna get better, but you're never gonna say those magical words of, I got better. Never. Actually, you could, because if you say you got better, that would also be a lie. So, yeah. Oh, also, yeah, the next fake ad that I want to make. Hello, how are you? I still remember when I did that. It was so weird. The next fake ad I want to do is I want to get a fake ad made for taco fast food. I want it to be a mockery of Taco Bell. And I want at the end, so I want the fast food place to be disgusting. And I want to have a manager talking about the store and how people should or the owner of the store, putting together a terrible ad, being like, come on down and try our food, all that kind of stuff. But there's bad stuff going on in the background. Like, is walking through the kitchen where they're making the food. And as he walks through, someone in the background runs past chasing a rat. And as he goes to serve a customer, a rat climbs into their bag and he folds the bag up and hands it to them. Stuff like that. I reckon that'd be great. That could do really well. The walls can have stains on them and stuff. I like that idea. I thought you said be a fake ad. This is too real. Making you feel something there, gamer. You know? I can actually delete that computer stuff too. Yeah, I think that's a great idea for that fake ad. We need to knock it out. Come up with a flow a little bit. Kind of storyboard it a bit, I think. Interact primary, not interact story. Hands type something different to what mouth is saying. So we do that. That puts the player into the... So I'll need to set up another state in here, which will be register. No, checkout. Extends player base state. Then we can do, what would this be? My mind's all over the place at the moment. Not idle. There's more than idle in state. Give me the full list here. I could do browse for this. Or purchase. I could do purchase for the player. Because the player's never purchasing. So we can do purchase for the player. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Purchase. And then function process physics delta float. We need it that if input get vector, I can actually go into the walk state for this. Copy you. There we are. Yeah, that fake ad will link into stuff that's zero procs. It'll link into Flowcatcher. I started putting together Flowcatcher today. I haven't done any of the voice acting for any of them, but though the fake ads we've got at the moment are coming along real nicely. They look so good. I can't wait until we have all of them lined up, and then in the overlay I can code up the video to run during the ad breaks. Oh, that'd be so good. It'd be so great. And this needs to get parent, switch state, enums, state, walk. Never thought about how to add a video in 3D in Godot. I wouldn't do... It would be possible. What you would need to do is you would need to set up something like a sub viewport layer, which would have the video under it, and then you would have that sub viewport projected like somewhere, like on as like a sub viewport texture or something like that. Like if you go into here. If we go into here, you go to albedo, you can create a viewport texture, and you should be able to assign a sub viewport to that, or you set up a sprite 3D. And you position that where you need, and you have the sprite 3D display it, sort of thing. It's a whole process. I tried to do it once before, I failed, but I'm going to do it again, but not for something that's interactable. So the issue I had previously was trying to do it where you could interact with the actual UI that was inside it. But instead of doing that, it would just be a display. And that's very easy to do. There's a ton of tutorials on there about it. But yeah, it's similar to how you would set up security cameras, for example. So you would have security camera, you would have like cameras in the game positioned in certain spots. And then you would have sub-view ports that those cameras would be in, which the monitor then displays or something like that. This one here. Actually, you know what I need to do? I should hit that first, and then it would. No, because you're furniture, so you'll stop. Yeah. Sadly, only video format supported is Theora. Yeah. Yeah. It's the only officially supported one. You can get, if you go into here, go video. Maybe MP4. MKB. AB1. Movie. Yeah. I'm sure there's a plugin online somewhere. CPU encoding a video can be rather limiting. Yeah. Can be. What do I need to do with this? We need it so that you have an interact data, which would be checkout, not checkout, checkout. Placeholder, as always. Menu order 1. I think your menu order can be 0. I'm pretty sure. You need to be 0 as well. In theory, you can make an atlas of it. Could you? Oh, Mosta, what up? If it's short, so have like 24 frames per second, and then you have like a 4-second thing, a 4-second video. So you have like 120, however many, 119 frames or something. 120 frames, yeah. That would be like their own section of the atlas, sort of thing. Is that what you're talking about? Gonna lurk. Thank you, Moster. I will. Thank you for the lurk. I mean, yeah, you could do that. If you were gonna go that path, you would probably be better off just to do something like an animated sprite, or like a animated sprite 3D or something like that. Because then you don't need to worry about updating the atlas. You just select the frames and yeah, have it run over the, just tell the animated sprite to play and then it runs over the frames on a loop sort of thing automatically for you. Take some of the guesswork out. I support Vsauce from Temu. I am not the Temu Vsauce, alright? Vsauce is the Temu HypnotiK floating head beard man, alright? He still has his body. Come on. The shader knows how to take an atlas and play it. That's true. You could set it up via the shader. Like have the shader, give it a shader that runs the animation. That's true. You're the original. I don't know. How old is Mike? Michael from Vsauce. Let's see. 86. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He's got almost 5 years on me. Well, actually, no. He may be the original. I'm the newer model. I'm the newer model that gets sold for more, alright? Take that. What about internet presence? Let's not talk about that. Alright? Let's not. Yeah. Did you see his facial hair? Come on. That's, you can't even call that a mustache. Alright? That's an eyebrow for your upper lip, alright? We don't talk about that. I'm losing a lot of hair. It's okay. It's okay, boy. It's okay. If you go bald, just grow a beard. That's what I've learned. Do excuse the spelling. I am a pickle right now. I am in a pickle right now. What's the pickle? What pickle you in, Intrex? You have a state machine in node structure and nums. Yeah. The enum allows me to map things real easy. So the node holds the logic. If I show you the state machine here. My state machine has a base state. Each base state has this state value here. And in here, I map that state to the child. So then when I call switch state, I go, all right, is our current state this state? If it is, just return out. Otherwise, get whatever state maps to that enum, initialize it, clean up the previous one, move on. That's it. That's all my state machine is. And then inside the state, I go, all right, this state is purchase. And then I have the logic. So this one runs process physics. So then on my player, if I go all the way down here, you'll see in my process physics, I do some stuff, the gravity, I raycast to detect interactables, and then I either switch state or I call process physics on the current state. Inside my process, I call update on the current state. In my unhandled input, I call unhandled input on the current state. And then each of these states just have different functionality. So, yeah. You are no longer in a pickle. Good to know. You can't grow a beard. Get some fake facial hair. Get a fake beard. It's like a toupee for your face. What up, Monster? I hit affiliate. Did I tell you? You didn't. Congratulations on hitting affiliate. Welcome to the club. But that's fake. I mean, only if you tell people. Jeez. Get a hair transplant. Go from the top of the head to the face. We do not condone violins here. No hitting affiliates. Now I'll get like a penny every month. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I can close you too. Don't need auto loads open. I can close this out. Don't need that anymore. Under computer, I need that still. The base state I don't need on the computer. So what I'll do, go over here, go into props. Oh, that's under assets. I was like, what happened to all my props? This thing here, we can delete you. But I don't need a state machine on you anymore. You can, yep. Disappear. Message for me. If I do that, I would have a longer beard than you. That's fine. That's fine. You may have a longer beard than me, but we all know that what makes my facial hair great is the mustache. Alright? White straight kung fu master beard. Yep. This is what gives me all of my power. It's just this. Nothing else. So this will be used to display... Oh, actually, I can just call this computer now. Because I got rid of the other one. Okay, I lurk. Lurk away, Monster. Much appreciated. Sadly failed to submit my game jam submission though. That's fine. You don't need to finish the game jam submission. As long as you learned something from the game jam, you're fine. I didn't notice it because of the SFX. Yeah, it's quite nice. It's all the way up. Yeah. It reaches for the stars. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going for the world record, which is why it's so long. Need to get it to 64 centimeters for the world record, but I'm going to grow it to 80 before I go for the world record. And then I'm going to continue growing it to a meter, just so that I can get the world record again at a meter. And then be like, cool, I'm done. I'll cut it now. and then I'll just trim it back to like a mustache that comes up to like ear sort of thing. Yeah. Nothing crazy. Enough to do an Eggman sort of thing. So I got another 2 or 3 years of growing it at this rate. I thought they stopped doing human body related records. Body related, maybe, but facial hair, I wouldn't call that. I would imagine facial hair type stuff wouldn't be an issue. Yeah. The last record for longest mustache was 2022. Hmm. So unless they stop doing it. They did it because of the harm it causes. Yeah, I think that's more like longest nails, which can cause issues and like weird stuff with like most piercings and most tattoos and stuff like that can have medical issues. Fattest person, thinnest person, all that kind of stuff can like lead to problems. How do people in public react to your stash? They don't say shit. Like no one says it's very rare that someone says anything. Very rare. I think I've had 2 people actually mention it outside of people that I know. It's quite odd. You would think more people would be like, God damn, good mustache. Or, the fuck are you doing? You know, you'd think there'd be one of those 2 reactions, but most people just don't care. Most people are like, alright. Not the weirdest thing I've seen today. And then they move on. Most people don't care what's on your face. Exactly. Well, I mean, most people don't care if you have something normal on your face. You know? Yeah. If you go walking down the street with I don't know, a nail sticking out of your head, people might come up to you and be like, oh my god, are you okay? Yeah. You do not matter in the slightest. Yep. That is correct. We all need to be reminded from time to time that none of us matter. Yep. Every now and then, just to make sure that we don't get too cocky. All right. Brings us down to earth. It grounds us. Yeah. Know what I was expecting from daily affirmation? I know, right? I never said it was a. I never said that you were gonna like it. Remember, everyone, unless you're someone like Isaac Newton, you're not going to be remembered forever. Yeah. Yeah. Almost everyone has. You can be killed with a sharpened stick, and almost everyone has a pencil. That is true. I've got one right next to me, for example. For all I know, that pencil will be the instrument of my destruction. Who knows? That there is a 2-sentence horror story. Remember, everyone, you can be killed with a sharpened stick. And almost everyone has a pencil. The Great Equalizer. No one remembers Isaac Alton. Exactly. Isaac Alton is old news. We want Isaac Newton. I'm sorry for that. Very, very sorry about that. It was a terrible joke that should have never been made. I need to attach a script that inherits interactable. I'll rename that. Go. Money. That was a good one. That was quite funny. I got myself some more coffee today too because I was running out of beans. I almost ran out of beans. If I didn't get the coffee beans today, I wouldn't have coffee after tomorrow. Like, that's how close it got. I was scared, chat. Have you ever gone a day without coffee? Shudder to think what I would have done. I would have had to go outside to a cafe and interact. Or I'd have to drink tea. Ew. I once had a coworker that was afraid of our boss, so I told them, remember, they get diarrhea just like the rest of us. Just picture them on the toilet fighting for their life. They said this actually helped them. Going into a meeting with your boss, just picturing them fighting for their life on the toilet. Trying to do a performance review. Oh my god. That is too good. That is too good. That is so funny. It's my 19th day without coffee. Ah, you're insane. Yeah, if only they had Flocaccia, you know? Sounds like their boss had some tacos and they didn't go pick up Flocaccia. Okay, I changed my mind. That is the great equalizer. What, diarrhea? Pooping yourself is the great equalizer. I think that drops you lower, doesn't it? Oh god. If I'm dying on a toilet, I'm wishing someone would kill me with a pencil. That's all I'm saying. No, because then someone has to come into the toilet while you're alive. Alright? And you don't want to be caught in that situation while you're still alive. I drink coffee only when I get stressed at work or someone is like, hey, let's get a coffee. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, Dragon, let's get a coffee. Sure, BRB. I do have to show you all the what is it? Home, HypnotiK, documents, streaming, fake ads. So this is the GIF of the horse that we're going to be using. So it's gonna start zoomed in on the horse, and it's gonna zoom out over time, and then you see this, and it's going to be running with like a sunset and the backgrounds and whatnot, and the horizon and stuff. There's not going to be any words for it. There'll be some music in the background, very simple music. Maybe a galloping noise, just on repeat. And then at the end, it'll just say, Flocaccia. For when the fast food is faster than you. I still love that tagline. That tagline is the best thing in the world. I don't know what it is about that tagline. It just gets me. Gets me every single time. Actually, you need... This one I can just implement the functionality. I probably need this, not to instance a mesh, but rather do a packed scene. Instances money and kicks off a tween towards what do you call it? How tall are you and how tall are your legs? Me, I am... I'm about 30 centimeters tall. My mech suit is 5'8". My mech suit is 5'8". Yeah. Mech suit. Yeah. I could have gone for like the like Chris Hemsworth, Jason Momoa style mech suit, but I was like, nah, that's gonna attract too much attention. Let's go something a bit low key. Intrex, don't act like you've never had diarrhea. Why did bro have to do them in two different stuff? Back with coffee, and apparently running out of beans as well. So any brand recommendations? The ones I've got... Let me just get them for a second. I'll grab the box. So... Alright, ooh, that's a good smell. Oh, that's a nice smell. You'll be able to get this on Amazon. You'll be able to get this on... You can get this on Amazon. It's Grinders. They're a Melbourne-based coffee bean company. These ones... Let's see. Rainforest Alliance. They're tasty. This one's the rich espresso one. So, yeah. So, that is true. That is true. If you search... let's do this. Melbourne coffee beans. This one, grinderscoffee.com.au. I've had this one. I'm having this one this time. But if you go to Amazon, if you go here, let's go to America. Let's see. Grinders coffee beans. Caffeinated. I'm not sure you can get them outside Australia. That's the thing. Because it is just a Melbourne-based company, so I don't think they would allow shipping overseas. What up, Azura? How are you doing? Welcome in over there on Kick. It doesn't look like you can get them outside of Australia. Yeah. So I can get it on Amazon Australia. But yeah, you're not going to find them outside of Australia, I don't think. I'm well, Azura. How are you doing? Thank you very much for asking. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And maybe add coffee beans to your search. I mean, that's the smarter thing to do. But if you search for Grinders coffee beans, then you end up with a bunch of is it Unity? This is Godot. What you'll end up with is a bunch of coffee bean grinders, not coffee beans themselves. How many places are you streaming on? Twitch, YouTube, Kick. And so at the moment, you can see here, my upload is 12.3 megabits per second. Can you recommend me some goals I could do for a 24-hour launch party? Goals will be 1 to 1k game sales. I got shave my beard. This is gonna sound mean. But instead of shave my beard, what about wax my beard? Is it possible to wax your beard? They're 3 times the price. Yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't say it's worth that. From what I've heard, anything from... There's a certain Mexican coffee bean. Oaxaca? Oaxaca? These. Anything, like from what I've heard, coffee beans from this region, any coffee beans from this region are good. They're like really good, really nice coffee beans. So yeah, could try that. But yeah, you can. So I'm streaming to 3 places at the moment. I'm streaming to 2 places, but Restream kicks off to Kick and YouTube. So I only need to stream to 2 places. That's using about 13 megabits per second. I'm on a 50 megabit per second cap for my connection. In September, that increases to 100 megabit per second upload rate. So my plan is to add TikTok and YouTube short streaming.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. My plan is once I get that increase of upload speed to add TikTok and YouTube shorts to the streaming list as well. You know, stream to many places, grow your audience, reach as many people as you can. Don't limit yourself to one platform, because if you limit yourself to one platform, then, I mean, that's like running a coffee bean, like a coffee company, and just selling your coffee to one cafe. Why? Why would you do that? Makes no sense. What up, Icarus? How are you doing? Welcome in. Tween towards customers change. Actually, no. Instance money and assign it to customer change. And then what do we need to do after that? I also need an interact secondary. Request money seen from change and request money from change, tween it, actually, from change, and actually, tell change to queue free single instance of money. Erase money. I really don't want to have to set up another enum. I could have it as an int. Amount. Yeah, so what that'll do is inside change, it can go, sure, I have this, you want to remove this? All right, I can do that. And then it looks at the list for that currency. The interesting thing, I need to see how TCG handles that. If I just keep adding change, does it just keep moving the chain, like moving the money down the cash register or down the front desk until it starts falling off? Like, what's the I've never actually thought of that. I've never actually thought about that. How does that work? Huh. Maybe I add a maximum amount, but you can only add a maximum of each type. No, you can only add 5 of each type of money to the change, because there's no reason to have more than that. If you're adding 5 ones, just add a 5-cent piece. If you're adding 5 5-cent pieces, just add 1 5-cent piece and a 20-cent piece. You're never going to have to give change that requires 5 $50 notes. So, yeah, like, why don't I just do that? Why don't I just do that? Check, change, can accept. Amount. Return if it can't. Tell change to add money instance to change. Something like that. Sorry, someone gifted me a sub. Hi, how are you? I'm doing fantastic. Sounds like you're doing amazing as well. You gotta love it when you get hit with the random gifted subs, don't you? The first thing I always do is I go looking at the emotes, and I'm like, ooh, what emotes did I get? If it's a streamer I know, then I'm like, oh, excellent. I have a sub for this person now. Beautiful. Yeah. It's nice. What are we doing here? Get there, do that. It's so much fun, especially since it was someone I just followed today. Nice, nice. Let's see. Do that. Customer change doesn't exist yet. Extends node 3D. Customer change. We'll leave PC on for you. We'll be working today though, Hypno. No worries, Icarus. Lurk away. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. Did you start our journey with Godot? Or do you have experience with other engines as well? I've tinkered with other engines. So when I was on Windows, I tinkered with Unreal. And I also tinkered with Unity a little bit. And then I switched to Linux. Unity and Unreal didn't really work well with Linux back then. I don't know if they work any better now, but yeah, Godot worked flawlessly and just kind of stuck with it. Started with RPG Maker 20 years ago. I feel old. You should. I'm joking. I'm joking. For all I know, you started with RPG Maker when you were 10. I'm 36 now. Well, you see, I'm 34, so... I started with Warcraft 3 Map Maker. Damn. I remember that. I remember that. Dictionary, int. Int and money. No. Yes, money. I'll do money because I want to... No, they can be meshes. They will be meshes. Closer to 2050 than 2000s. Correct. Correct. Only by a couple weeks though. Like only by a few weeks. So, you know. There was a small game called Clonk, IIRC. You could edit all the stuff. And it was Ruby, I think. Oh, Ruby. It took me so much brain power to get basic stuff to work because it's Ruby. I dropped that line towards a friend lately. He hated it. Yep. Yep. Think of it this way. This will put some stuff in perspective for you. Right now, you are as old as you ever have been and as young as you ever will be again. Make the most of it, all right? Make the most of it. Unless you have Benjamin Button. Don't you mean unless you are Benjamin Button? Technically it still applies for Benjamin Button. Because Benjamin Button technically still ages forward. It's just his body grows in reverse. Yeah. But the disorder was named after him. But that would be like Benjamin Button disease or something, wouldn't it? Benjamin Button disorder. Or Benjamin Button syndrome or something like that. You know, if it was. Yeah. Yeah. Right, but I'm lazy and you get it. True, I do get it. I do get it. However, it still applies. It still applies. That's all I'm saying. All right. my statement still applies. We are closer to the late era of the ancient Egyptians than the ancient Egyptians to the early ancient Egyptians. Time is weird. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Ancient Egyptians did something right to be around for that long. I don't know how, but they did. Erase money. Do that. Create a new. There we go. Mesh equals. Money. If change can add change int. Oh no. Amount. Oops. Actually, we're going to return. I want that to be not. We do this. We had a fight and split the atom before we invented duct tape. Yes. That is true. I added melee swing weapon and a projectile weapon to my game on Friday. Once it clicked, I had the second weapon done in 5 minutes. It's amazing. After 6 years or so, programming is fun again. Yeah, it's a bit like that. So that'll happen a lot. That'll happen a lot. Like, first time you do something, it takes forever. The second time you do something, you're still kind of getting the hang of it, but you know it a bit better. Then the third time you do it, it's like second nature. Like, yep, I did that before. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep going. Hello, Aya. Is this a real stream? I not seen you during my coffee break. I have been here at this time, Aya, for a week and a half. So welcome in. It's a recent change to my schedule. I stream in the morning for 5 hours, and then I stream at the end of the day for 5 hours. Yeah. Why am I getting email? Why am I getting email? Something about Igdam. Oh, it's that stuff. Just emails about mega dev and all that kind of stuff for the year. Not available for the last 2 months, was in a big project. Fair enough, for work. Yeah, that makes sense. That's all good. That's all good. I'm very relaxed with people coming in and out. Like, no one ever needs to apologize for doing work stuff and not being here. It's okay. I understand people have lives. People need to do things. Came back 3 days ago, then did a jam. Nice. Nice. Was it good? Did the jam come out proper? Proper. Did you have it with peanut butter on some bread? What up, kiddo? How are you doing? It was Kenny Jam. Ooh, nice. Kenny Jam. Very tasty. Very, very tasty. They're very good at jam. Yes, Godot. We are using NeoVim for our Godot IDE. So, very nice. Very fun. Are Winks still allowed? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. What display manager distro do you use? I use Hyperland. You can find the distro down below the video if you scroll down a bit. I don't like being one of those people that are like, you know, when you read it, you'll understand why I'm not saying. Made in one day for the Kenny Jam. Assets used, made by Kenny Code. Made by Kenny, code written by RevLab. That's you. That's you. I'm using Hyperland, by the way, guys. Arch, by the way. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm not saying it. I'm not one of those users. You said it, not me. I'm going to change from Fedora to. Maybe we'll try something new. I think the next distro I'm going to try when I hop might be the mustache gives you away. What? That's rude. The next distro I think I would try would be either OpenBSD or FreeBSD. One of those two. I'd like to see what how they go. I probably won't do that until after I finish this game though. Like I'll finish this game and then I'll like distro hop and maybe I'll set up a Raspberry Pi or something or my laptop. And I'll test out the different distros on that and stream the video. We kind of did. So hang on. So we could only use one pack by Kenny one day, and the theme was power. So it was a lot of limitations. That's true. We kind of did where you have power to change color of world. My first platformer. That looks good. That actually, yeah, like. So, got in place, collecting crystals, wake an environment around you. Each power crystal changes the world in a different way. Make sure you use each ability to solve puzzles, explore new paths, and bring the world back to life a color at a time. You're not alone. As color returns, so do dangers. Avoid corrupted enemies drawn to the power of you awaken, and use each crystal ability to outsmart them. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what we got, what are the WASD space? Okay, so those change things. Damn. Okay. Ah, damn it. Yay! Well, hang on. What was that? Now you won't die. It turned off. Oh! Oh! That's smart. Why can I not get the purple one? Hey, that wasn't me. That was me. Ah. Try double jump maybe? Ah. a double jump. Oh, hello. Oof. That's very precise. That is very precise. That is super precise. I like that. So it doesn't seem, yeah, it doesn't seem like I can move while jumping. Oh, hello. I see what I need to do. I see. Okay, so I need to go all the way up here. Damn. Uh-oh. 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 I'm stuck. Decided on the coffee. Beans Republica. Esplendida. Nice. I got myself stuck. That is a cool game. I do like that. Are you gonna keep working on this, are you? You have to reset, I think. You always find a bug I've never seen. That's... What can I say? What can I say? You have to reset on top. There was a reset on top. I did not see the reset. Are you gonna continue that game, are you? Glowing gems color the world, and small gems activate, disactivate traps. That's fair. Not sure. Did you enjoy it? I did. I did enjoy it. The first thing that comes to mind for a mechanic would be as the player goes through and activates things and deactivates things, they collect an amount of that color of gem. And apart from turning things off and on and stuff, what you can do is set it up so that there's certain things which have different effects based on the color, and the player can use the gems they've collected to like switch it, make it a certain color which has a different effect. And then they've got like, you know, you can have puzzles implemented that way. Yeah. You got 5 maps at the moment? Nice. Nice. What do you mean? Oh, I didn't save that, that's why. Duh. There we go. It was a similar idea where you would pick up gems, the big ones. You change color to 2 and get effect, but that overscope for 1 day. That's true. That's true. Wait, you working on 3D? I am. This is our Bobble Shop sim. This is our Bobble Shop sim. It's not gonna run. It will run, actually. So here's our Bobble Shop sim. We're using Cinti assets and Kenny assets. Look how pretty it is. So pretty. You can buy things. Pick them up. Place your shelves wherever you want them. Pop this open. Place your bobbles wherever you want. You can even open up the bobble. Look, we got an annoying Annie. Is this your game's world? This is our game's world. Yeah. Now, the player isn't able to get past the end of the street, and they're not able to cross the road. Yeah. I only did the jam after being so tired too. Felt like I owe Kenny to do his jam. The amount of art of his I use. That's fair. That's fair. A lot of people use a lot of Kenny assets. I mean, they're good assets. People should use them. How did the player cross the road? They didn't. How did the player cross the road? They used cheats, and then they got banned because they used cheats and they suck. Yep. I like shop sims. Yeah, this is going to be trading card game simulator combined with it's going to be trading card game simulator with bobbleheads, basically. But at night, the bobbleheads come to life. And yeah. Yeah. Not at night. Not at night. Occasionally, one of the bobbleheads comes to life, and you have to deal with it. And there's some horror undertones with how you deal with the bobbleheads. They do unpack themselves. They do unpack themselves. So at some point, when the bobble comes to life, you will find a open bobble box on the shelf. And the bobble will be somewhere in the store, like walking around, running around, scaring customers, that kind of thing. Yeah. Can you get them to do work? You can. One of the things you can do once you've captured the bobble is you can take it into your workshop out the back and you can put it to work repairing bobbleheads that customers have brought in to get repaired, to get fixed. So you can make them fix other damaged bobbleheads. And after 5 days, like if you put them out in the workshop, they themselves become broken and they're no longer a conscious bobblehead. And then you can get them repaired and then sell them in the shop again. You should make them stock shelves and man the cash register. That kind of goes against the gameplay element of them scaring customers, which causes you to get very negative reviews, which impacts your ability to stay open. Because if I don't have that mechanic, then there is no incentive for the player to actually catch the bobbles that have come to life. No incentive. They can just let them run around. So, yeah. What about manning an online shop? Maybe. Incentive is free employment. I don't know how a bobble would go about stacking a shelf though. I don't know how a bobblehead that tall would go with stacking a shelf that tall of other versions of itself. Our main game is actually a shop sim too, but it's like a Pokemon meets shop sim. You capture monsters and sell them to competitive NPCs. So your game also has a similar thing to mine. Honestly, if I saw a shop like that, I would like it more. They invest into robots. I mean, if they were proper sized, robots, like if they were like full size bobbleheads, like life size bobbleheads, then sure, I would do that. But unfortunately, they're like that big. They're not doing anything. Like they're not helping at all. Free roaming bobbleheads are creepy, but if one was on the cash register, would increase reviews, in my opinion. It's no. See, the other thing, if I do that, then I have to scrap 3 game elements or 1 game element. So I'm already going to have it that you will be able to hire people to stock the shelves, to man the cash register and stuff like that. I'm already going to have that. But so here's the positives. But we'll do a pro-con list. All right, we'll do a pro-con list. Hello, Augur Gaming. How are you? Pros would be free workers for shop. Can increase customer reviews. What else? Can you make a cheat code to replace humans with bobbleheads? I can't, unfortunately. The armatures for the animations are too different. But what would the unique mechanics be, Matt? For pros. So, free workers for shop can increase customer reviews. What else? There's 2. The cons would be replaces 3 mechanics with 1. Negates requirement of paying bills or paying employees in order to stay in business. Capturing new staff is unique, but we've already got capturing. So either way, in either scenario, it's not double-edged though, Matt. You're reducing the amount of gameplay. So at the moment, for this setup here, capturing isn't unique. Correct. So for this implementation of having the bobbleheads work the shop that you capture, you have to capture the bobbleheads. In my current implementation, you have to capture the bobbleheads to stop them scaring customers. Either way, capturing's a thing, so it's not a difference. It's not a pro or a con. It just is. So in this situation here, you have free workers for the shop, which goes against the player needing to manage their money in order to stay open. If we take away the need for them to hire people, then we take away part of that. Can increase customer reviews. That's something that we've got with the current system I'm implementing as well. So the current implementation that I'm going with is they drive negative reviews because it's very easy to get good reviews. So this drives negative reviews, which means the player has to do more. They have to do better. You know, and depending on how well rated your store is, depends on how much you can sell your stock for, which feeds into the mechanic of paying your bills. If you can't sell your stock for enough, then you can't pay your bills. You know? And then when you capture the baubles, you either sell it to shady people for a lot of money, or you sacrifice it to increase customers coming in and spending money, or you put it to work in the workshop to repair broken baubles. So you've got more management that you have to do of the sim, of the shop. There's more for you to do. There's more decisions for you to make. Like, I don't think... Also, if we have the bobbleheads work the shop, it takes away any horror undertones of the game. So, if we take away all horror undertones of the game, then I've got to change a whole bunch of stuff outside of the game that I have planned as well. So, it doesn't just impact the game. If the employees are unhappy, that's peak horror. That's just life. That's not peak horror. That's just reality. But yeah. Merging mechanics isn't always a good thing. What do we at? What else do we need? We're not doing bobblehead employees. That's final, all right? Not happening. It's the same as McCory's idea of turning mean customers into bobbleheads. We're not doing that either. What was I doing? Function for can add money. What up, Dino? How are you? I love that idea. It sounds like you've got a game that you can make then, Matt. What if there are multiple types where you want some alive? Kind of like an evil play, though. Where, for example, it's alive and it wants to be in the shop, so after you sell it in 2 days, it comes back. And does what? It comes back and does what? It just comes back? You don't need to refill products? What? But as a change of getting bad reviews. Oh, you would still have to, like, you still have to purchase new products and all that stuff. Last question, for Godot Fest, are you going to those 2 days only? Will stay more to explore Munich? I'll be there 2 days before and 2 days after. So I will be getting in on the... I'll be getting in the morning of the 9th. And I will be flying out... When am I flying out? Let me check my flights. So we have this one where we fly. So I fly out of Melbourne at 2:30 and I get into Munich at 6:45 a.m. on the 9th. And then I fly out from Munich on the 15th. So, yeah. I will be there from the 9th to the 15th. I'm just planning and figuring out what and for how long I should stay there. And if there will be more people to hang out with as a group. That's fair. That's fair. I just remembered something. It's not July mid-Pirate Jam happens. So weird, it's not pinned in itch. That's true. Snin! Oh my god, it's the stinky, sninky toe raid. How are you doing, Snin? How was your stream? What were you up to? How much did you get done? Do you have pole dancing tonight? Like, what are you doing? You gonna hang out with us for a bit? Chill out? Do a bit of a sneaky watch? Sninko in the toes, stepping in. That's right, Dex. Everyone, check out Snin. He's the best Unity developer that you'll meet. Doesn't make them good, but in terms of Unity, they're the best. I'm joking. It doesn't matter what engine you use. Doesn't matter what engine you use. We like him in spite of that, exactly. Got a decent amount of work done. Figured out what could get done. Nice. Very, very nice. I like it. I am setting up the cash register at the moment with the money. We modeled all of this earlier today. Oops. Wrong one. I want to keep it locked. We modeled all of this earlier today with the notes and the coins and such, and the register that has a drawer that pops out and whatnot. And we're going to have on here, it's going to display the customer's order and the total amount and how much change and whatnot. So yeah, that's what we're setting up at the moment. I don't understand the engine war as long as the game gets made. Exactly. As long as the game gets made and it's not made in Python or Java. They're pinning and working those manually, as understood. They need to create jam 2 months before. This time, I think, he was creating jam a few days prior. Yeah. Imagine how popular I'd be if I jumped on the Godot bandwagon. Exactly. Why the Java hate? Because it's funny, you know? So JavaScript is fine. JavaScript has Java in the name, so no, it's not fine. Yeah. JavaScript is related to Java by name, so no, it's not fine. Before I was gone, it was pinned. I'm sure someone unpinned it, because it normally gets like 12 to 13,000 people joining. This time only 3.7. It was probably taken down because of all the controversy. So they probably didn't want a bunch of people finding it and joining it maliciously. They probably only wanted people in the community that were watching the streams being told about it to find it. Most likely. That's what I imagine. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what I would imagine. We'll rename TypeScript. TypeScript's fine. I mean, if you want to make your game crap, then you can make it in TypeScript. That's fine. Pulse Knight's got to get ready. Fair enough, Snin. Thanks for the raid. Glad to hear you got a bunch done. Glad to hear you've got some stuff planned out. I'll look forward to it. I just dodged the whole date thing. Oh, also, Snin. I forget who it was. Did you say something? Did you say something about the cost of registering a business? Was that you, or am I thinking of someone else? Because I remember someone said they hadn't registered. That was you? Because, so I've got my ABN and my business name registered. The business name, for 3 years, $104. Yeah, business is a lot more expensive. Yeah, as a sole trader, it's fine. Yeah. Sole trader, $104. If I plan to extend it out and like make it a business where I hire people for like social media and all that kind of stuff, then yeah. What you register the business name? HypnotiK Games without the space, or without the underscore. It's just HypnotiK Space Games. Yeah. Registered business in Australia. For application to Screen Australia for game production fund, that requires you to be a business, not just sole trader. That sounds stupid. That sounds horrible. I'm getting fired soon. Want to hire me? I'm a sole trader, so no. I do pay people for like one-off stuff. Like Laquan, I'm paying to do like artwork for the Steam page and the menu and the background of the tablet and stuff like that. It's just all going to be the same art, just reused. Dex, I'm throwing some money to put together, like do the artwork for the fake ads that I'm making. And then I pull in that artwork and make the fake ads. But yeah. Snin, let me know if you want a fake ad for your YouTube channel. We can make it a foot-based ad. I'm already fired, made redundant. But have a good one, Snin. Are you going to make a studio? I mean, if it all takes off, like if I make a game that sells a shit ton of copies and I can afford to hire like someone to do art and someone to do music and another dev, and then we make another game, then sure, I'll change it from sole trader to business. But at this point in time, I don't see me making anything that can fund a business. Just something that can fund me to continue doing this. So, going full game dev now. So I guess I guess we will compete and collaborate. Who says we'll compete? Who says we will compete? Missed so much. Maybe I skipped more than 2 months. Wait, which game are you putting on Steam? This one. It's Bobble Shop Sim. I've been working on it for about 2 months now. And I'll get a Steam page set up in the coming weeks, probably, and get a demo put up, hopefully by November-ish, or at least have a playable alpha or something to show off at Godot Fest if people ask, and then yeah, go from there. Nothing stops you from making games now. Perfect. Yeah, Dino and Jack team up, make a game. Wow, a realistic timeline. Yeah, of course. Normally people say like 2 weeks. No. I just suck at ideas and not blowing out scope when I do get ideas. Here's an idea for you. A roguelike whack-a-mole. Yeah, a roguelike whack-a-mole. That's what I think. Or a roguelike Yahtzee. I might invent a game. I'm bored of old stuff. That's fair. A roguelike Yahtzee, you would name it something different, but you can have it so that, so in Balatro, you got jokers that changed your cards, and you could change your cards down the bottom. In the Yahtzee, you can have it that you can, like, the dice you roll have, like, special effects and stuff like that. I'm already in the making and have my own company set up last year. Just need to finish and profit. You know, the easy part. Exactly. The easy part. The difficult stuff. That's the easy part. Didn't we just... like, wasn't that the easy part? Nope. This one is a mount and mesh. You are just a mount. This returns a bool, which goes return currencies. Does not have amount, or currencies amount size is less than 5. Poker with dice and paper sheet. Interesting. Now I need to learn what Yahtzee is. Yahtzee's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. You roll, basically, you roll, and off that roll, you've got to pick. So, like, you roll, you can pick a couple of dice, or, like, however many dice you want to put aside, and then you roll the remaining dice. After the second roll, or at the end of the first roll if you want, you pick, like, you basically pick your hand. And then you like mark off that stuff on your sheet, and that determines how many points you get. By the way, what else as shops exists? Steam, Epic Game Shops, GOG, Humble. Are we just talking PC? Yeah, PC. I think those are the big ones. You can put stuff on itch and make it so that it must be, like, people have to pay. Can have same here too. Why not? Or like in Liar's Bar. That's true. I only played poker in Red Dead Redemption 2. I kill everyone at the end to get my money while I was back. That's funny. Oh, that's great. Currencies, amount, append mesh. Remove money. Do.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Started to finally learn weight painting. Sort of. My motto is jank and definitely not painted right yet, but I'm getting there. Solo dev is hard. Yes, it is. Solo dev is hard. If you were just coding, it would be fine. But you've got to wear like 12 different hats. So, yeah. Currencies has amount. If it then return. Currencies amount. Money. Mesh instance 3D. Pop back. And money. Q3. If that and currencies amount size is greater than 0. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. By the way, they did Balatro in which engine? I don't know. They made it in love. Really? 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 Holy damn. Holy crap. I would not have guessed that. That is... What? Holy that is insane. There is so much more to that engine than I thought. Wow. I also like this. For the jesters of ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, a Balatro was a professional jester or buffoon. Ballatrones were paid for their jests, and their tables of the wealthy were generally open to them for the sake of the amusement they afforded. Well, there you go. I mean, Lua is kind of powerful. Lua is kind of powerful. I'm always surprised at how well people can use like Love 2D, like those pre-made engines to do stuff that just seems out of the ordinary for the engine. If you would have not believed if anyone else had told me, yeah. I've been watching a chatter make their own roguelike card game in it. Seems interesting. I only knew Lua for CSS mods. And now I'm learning it powered WoW and so many games. Yeah. Yeah, Lua powers a lot of games in their modding. So many. Erase money. Total. Signals. Customer change. Update. What we can do, we can go total plus equal amount and total minus equal amount. I always do that. I'm in mentally and physically exhaustion and pain. Please excuse my language, but fuck AWS. Well, it sounds like someone is learning AWS in order to get certs. You've gone through the exact same emotion that all of us have felt. Yeah. It happens. No, you don't, Intrex. You want AWS too. Okay, me back to work. And what are your thoughts on vibe coding or whatever it is that people hybrid code with AI? It irks me, but I don't know if I'm a crotchety old man. So vibe coding isn't hybrid coding. Vibe coding is you only use code that's generated by AI. You vibe with the AI. You prompt the AI to write code. The code doesn't work. You tell the AI why it doesn't work. It fixes it. And then you keep running it and you keep reprompting and reprompting, and then eventually you get something. That's vibe coding. What you were talking, that vibe coding like that, shit. It's terrible. You don't learn anything. You don't make anything. And your end result is buggy, broken, and crap. It's not going to be secure. It's not going to be performant, or anything like that. So it's just bad. If you use AI to help you code, that's a different thing. Very different thing. It's you've got to use AI correctly. So if you're stuck on an issue, you use AI to kind of explain. So if you wanted to implement encryption. If you wanted to implement encryption, so a private key pair encryption for a system that you're building, and you use the AI to explain to you what shared key encryption does, how it works, how it's implemented and stuff like that, and what the algorithm is and stuff like that, then you can code that encryption into your system. That's how I think AI should be used. You use AI to explain a complex concept so that you can then implement a solution for that into your software. I get AI to teach me to code and explicitly ask it not to generate for what I'm working on, other than examples of how things work. That can work as well. Yep. So you want to create a game that has a player swinging using ropes that they throw, like grappling hooks and stuff. You would get it to go through examples of rigid body physics, basically, is what you'd be asking. Using AI to explain existing code so you understand the parts is a good use. It depends. The existing code would need to be manageable for the AI to digest. Not all code is manageable for an AI to digest. I used to ask it to write me a code and explain the function of each one and its purpose. I think the person in mind probably is hybrid coding then, because they seem to be understanding and correcting. But I see the dump AI code and have to troubleshoot it. Seems more tiring than messing up your own code, but maybe that's me. Now, it is more tiring. It is more. The issue with it is, for example, let's put it this way. If you get handed someone else's code and you need to fix a bug in that code, you first have to understand the code that that person has written. And then once you understand the code they've written, and also how it should work, what the end goal of the code actually is, then you can fix the bug. Alright? Or then you can track down the bug and then you can fix it. That's what people that use AI generated code are doing daily. They're taking code made by someone, something else, and then when there's a bug in it, they need to go through that code, understand what the code's doing, what the end result is supposed to be, find the bug, and then implement it. Whereas they can skip that by just writing the code themselves. And then when there's a bug, they already know the code. They already understand what the end result is. They just need to look for the bug. They need to debug the code, that's it. I guess it would be code snippets. Yeah, you can use AI to explain code snippets. The only reason I bring it up is because some people that don't know what questions to ask, if you can understand what a function does, it's a good entry point for some people. That's true. That's very true. However, if someone that's learning to program doesn't know what a function does, then they'd probably want the AI to explain, like they'd probably be starting with something like, you know, what is programming? Like, how does one learn programming? They'd probably be asking that type of stuff because they probably don't know anything about programming if they don't know what a function does. Unless you're talking about a specific function. If they want to know what a specific function does, not just what a function in general does. Total int. I mean, like the specific functions, not everyone has access to a teacher. Yeah, that's fair. If it's a specific function, like if they're having trouble, again, at that point, you're using the AI to explain something that you don't understand, which that's fine. Using AI to explain something you don't understand, even if it's a block of code, that's fine because it's the same thing as asking an AI to explain a complex topic so that you can then write the code. That's understandable. That's a good solution for AI. Such a weird world. AI feels like the advent of computers. Ain't got to get one, but you'll be left behind if you don't learn to properly utilize it for your goals. I want to make X. What can I use for it to speed up progress? It's like someone coming in and asking you a question. Yeah. Yeah, that's all it is. You know what's gonna be funny? You know what's gonna be funny? So you know how the reason DVD won over Blu-ray and the reason VHS won over Betamax, right? We all know the reason. Yep, Manna's got it. That's correct. I am waiting for AI to be used in Korn so heavily that people that act in corn need to unionize. I don't know if a union in that industry exists already, or even what a union in that industry would look like. I think that would be very funny. That'd be funny. Or they just detach their physicality from it and license VTuber stuff. I've tried to have AI generate code and had to tell it multiple times that won't work because X. And it's like, you're right, let me fix that. This loop happened so much that I was like, I don't think we have to worry about AI yet. No, you don't. As every time I see Primogen make a video on AI, he says the same thing. We're 6 months away from AI taking all of our jobs. We're 3 years into being 6 months into AI taking our jobs. It's so funny. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. LLM will never replace programs because fundamentally LLM can't program. It doesn't do logic. Correct. That's why you need AGI. The current AI is not going to replace anyone. It just can't. Just can't. AI still can't handle a spending log with simple math without going haywire right now. The reason why AI can't do that is because they keep putting temperature into AI systems, which causes the AI system to hallucinate and make mistakes in order to make it appear more realistic, even though we're using it so that it doesn't make mistakes, so that we can progress things faster. It's stupid. It's high on artificial, low on intelligence. Exactly. I once had the AI tell me that I am better than most professionals, but it was only because I was setting the size of C++ maps and being memory conservative and selecting specific U int X types. Yeah. It'll do that. I think I'm done with this now. We're done with change. Do this. That's done. They're scraping the recent Pirate Software farm content. Don't let it go to your head. I swear to God. Every time I open you, I think I watched 4 videos on the Pirate Software stuff. And now every second video on my YouTube is just something to do with Pirate Software. It's like, I don't care. This isn't new information. It's the same thing we knew 6 months ago. What are we what? I've watched so many, I'm so guilty. Hello, Bongo, how are you doing? I love the stories where people are writing books with AI, and at the end they ask for the final doc PDF. Everything on my feed is coding Jesus saying his stuff is poop. It's... At the end of the day, who cares? Like... And the AI can't give the files. Yeah, true. I watched like 2 because I wanted to see what the fuss was about. And I was like, yeah, is this news? No, it's not. To be fair, Thor says bad code makes games. He also says so many times, don't believe everything you see or hear on the internet. And then people believe him on the internet. It's like, huh. I guess people don't listen. Maybe if you had have done... Maybe if people did what Pirate Software was telling them to do all this time, not believe things they hear and see online, and do their own research, none of this controversy would have started. Because everyone would have already known all of this information because they would have done their own research and figured it out. It's one of those very funny situations where if everyone had have listened to Pirate Software, he would have never gotten to the situation that he's in. No matter what, he would have been his own downfall. No matter what. Yes, beards are awesome. Gamer, grow a beard. Adapt your entire philosophy and opinions to my own. You're so right. Idolizing is so bad. You know what? They're right. I should do my own research. I'm gonna go see what Pirate Software says on the topic, and that's gonna be my research. Trying to convince the wife to grow a beard. She doesn't cooperate. What you gotta do is you gotta get some of that hair growth stimulant stuff, and then while your wife is asleep, or if your wife moisturizes, put it in the moisturizer, or while they're asleep, put it on their face while they're asleep. Done. They will never know what happened. And then every time they buy razors to shave, throw them out. Change moisturizer to a mix of super glue and doll hairs. They won't notice until they put their hands on their face. You could just marry a fantasy dwarf beard included. That's true. That's true. Yep. That would work. And actually, that's done. All of these I can just add money to. Hang on. Okay. I need to take all that. I need to paste it. Get rid of that. Go here, go back here, and I'll delete that over here. Get rid of it. Bye-bye. Pop all this. Excellent. One script to rule them all. That's what we like. Sorry, I didn't want to say it, Jack, but I'm so glad you found the right answer. This is not legal or life advice. Gotta live how we wanna, that's true. That's true. Gotta live how we wanna. As long as you're not hurting people. Yeah? If what you want to do with your life is hurt people, I think you're the kind of person that we don't want. You know? Just throwing it out there. That may be controversial. Needs a state machine. Shit. Okay, so... This is going to be interesting. Interactable is node. Okay. That's good to know. Which means, if I go into player, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, it just cares that it's a collision object. Interactable is interaction. Interactables is an array. Do I ever use interactable? Do I not need those? Because if not, that would be sweet. I can just change this to static body 3D. Wait. Why I didn't my timesheet weekly. What? Life is challenging. Just want a super jacked bearded dwarf princess to spin me around on my desk. The scope creep is even hitting my fantasies. Don't worry, Jack. With the advancements of AI and robotics, you will soon be able to get your super jacked bearded dwarf princess. Man of simple but respectable dreams. I see that I butchered English there. Why I didn't do my timesheets at work. Oh, so you're not going to get paid. Not getting paid. Ouch. That's gotta suck. Yeah, that's going to be a packed scene. So I need to, yep. 1 cent. cents. 10 cents. Englandish is hard. It is. Words hard. Getting paid, just have to do my timesheets by the end, or by the end of the money. But I didn't do any days since start of month. So now I need to remember what I did. By the end of the month. I was wondering if you meant by the end of the month. Ever think about words and be like, damn, I do. What words? Hello, Arnis. How are you? Over there on the kick. I am coding a Bobble Shop Simulator. Sorry I didn't see your message earlier. I was distracted. I was very distracted. I'm sorry. Don't leave. Please don't leave. We're making a Bobble Shop Simulator. Think trading card game simulator, but with bobbleheads that come alive every now and then. And you got to deal with them so they don't scare your customers off, and so that you can, you know, sacrifice them or use them as free labor or sell them as like some sort of underground trafficking operation for sentient bobbleheads. You know? Ignore all of that and just think of the money you will make. How's Kick versus Twitch? I got my gripes with Twitch. It's pretty much the same. So the UI is essentially the same. Twitch has better auto moderation and better tools and stuff, because they've been around for longer. They've had time to get all of that stuff set up. I'll be defining string all the time, then sit there, but being like, is this how you spell string? But yeah, I don't really go into the differences. I don't really go into the differences between Twitch and Kick on stream, because if I do, Twitch will probably ban me for talking about other platforms. Hello, Mike. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, they better not. I mean, based on what they've done with moderation recently, I wouldn't be surprised. Doing all right. Another day of tests. Nice, nice, nice. All negative, I hope. Get it? Get it? Because with medical tests, negative is a good thing. We should catch up for that lunch at some point as well. Nope, they're positive. Damn. God damn it. Just confirming. Yeah, fair. You were eligible for a ban because you responded to the Kick chat. Unless it was the "Are you smart?" test. Still got the cancer? Yep. Yep. Your body didn't miraculously absorb it and poop it out. Thank you for the bit, Oki. Much appreciated. That was 10, wasn't it? What is happening? Why is 20 cent a node? Huh? Okie dokie has arrived. You need 15,000 tokens? Yuck. If if I ever get cancer, I would simply tell it no. Doesn't work. We tried. Did you try smacking it on the nose? Did you try rubbing its nose in its own filth? That might work. The package has moved. Yay! Wow, just checked Kick for the first time and checked out your stream. And by golly, it does look identical to Twitch, just some CSS changes. It's actually funny. It is actually funny how similar Twitch and Kick are. The main difference is that Twitch is purple and Kick is green. Purple and green. I blend in with both. If I can throw some red in here somewhere, then that gives me YouTube as well. Green, you say? 2 shreds, you say? That reminds me. $0.20. What? What's going on? Well, that's not why. Good. Don't ask me why. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. How did it happen? Oh, I see. And what's he like now? 2 shreds, you say? And how is his wife doing? 2 shreds, you say? Interesting. Something has happened here. Something is happening here. Such a good movie. One of my favorite movies is Boondock Saints. Goddamn VPCs. Ah, yes, VPCs. You will hate them for a long time.
I has clip for you.
You has clip for me? Which one? That's the Boondock Boy on Walking Dead. No one knew what the fuck to say. It's so... I remember, like, that was one of the reasons I started watching The Walking Dead, was because I saw Norman Reedus in The Walking Dead. And I was like, I have to watch this. If he's in it, playing like a hunter survivalist kind of guy, it's gotta be good. That is some casting right there. That's a good casting. Whoops. Whoopsies. Oopsie doopsie. Yep, that's right. View clip. Yep. Ah, interesting. Right at the end. Interesting. It's right at this right spot. No, in Trex, I have, yeah, you can't hear it. I have Firefox going directly through to my, my headphones, just because I've got other stuff playing that YouTube and whatnot will slam as copyright. So yeah, I keep the Firefox to myself. But I mean, you can click on the link and you can go watch it.
Impressed with my clipping skills, LUL.
I am. Only thing I need to do now is get you to start turning them into shorts and uploading them to TikTok and YouTube on my channel. So that... what do you use to split the audio? Nothing. I don't really split the audio. So it depends on what you mean by splitting audio. What up, Fira? How are you doing? Legendary Godunticle. So I'll show you in a second. I just want to delete that.
Oh, so every time you say the offer, you're saying it to me.
I mean, hell, if the shoe fits. Hydrate, I can do that. Thanks for the lurk, Intrex. I used to ask, is it dead in video games when something was clearly dead because Boondock Saints?
I take my shoes off inside.
The cat scene, yeah. Slams it. Like, is it dead? I would hope so. Oh my god, I would hope so.
I receive cookies from your grandmother and I do not say thank you.
Oh, you monster. My grandmother worked hard on those cookies. Jeez. Actually, that's right. I figured this out today. And then...
Are they oatmeal raisin? If so, I'm not eating them.
No, they're not. You're fine. I was saying something, but then I got distracted. What was I saying? What do I use to split audio? That's right. What do I use to split audio? So, in here, in my controls here, you'll see I've got all of my OBS stuff, and all of this is OBS capturing stuff, like my desktop, my microphone, Twitch alerts, PaliGG and Tangia. I've got Godot and my overlay going through to these two, because these two will be captured by my desktop, and then OBS will have the desktop audio go to my headphones as monitoring, as well as sending it out to you. So this way I can hear what's happening on stream, and I can hear myself in my ear. So I know when something goes wrong. If someone says I'm muted, but I can hear myself, I know they're lying. And then you've got down here, Spotify. That's going through to the desktop so you can hear it. That's what this is. That's Stream Tunes. And then I've got Randy on Twitch that I'm listening to. Learning some nuggets of information as I go. No, I'm not. And you see how that's set to my headphones. Because this is going to my headphones, OBS isn't picking it up and isn't forwarding it on. That's literally all I do. You sound real muted right now. I know I don't. Randy streams again? Yeah. Of course. I only watch the most Randy of streams. Right now is doing new resource design and more content. Saying that you watch the most Randy of streams is wild.
Can you have it so one Twitch stream is in one ear while monitoring is in the other?
No. That would require me to set up some specific stuff. I'd have to set up some software and whatnot to handle that.
That would be cool though.
I said I was sleeping, but then I got distracted.
Do not matter in the slightest. I'm sure you always get sleeping. You always get distracted when you try and sleep. Always. And let's see if this... Okay, there we go. Now we have the 20-cent piece, finally.
And now my dog is upstairs when she's not supposed to be.
Randy's top tier. I started looking at programming in Odin due to him, but then gave up. Couldn't be bothered learning all the other crap like GLSL. I
feel clocked.
It would be interesting to learn Odin, but I think what I'm going to do, my next game will definitely be C++. And then after C++, I might look at doing something in like Odin or Rust after that. What was the audio splitter thing called? I need that like so I can fumble my way through tutorials.
I said 1 bit.
It's considered an insult when I send 1 bit. You've got to remember, Oki, you send 1 bit, that's 1 US cent. That's 1.65 cents for me. Yeah. It's quite easy in comparison to C++ and Rust. I know, but I want to learn C++ so I have more fundamental understanding of how most things
I don't even want to think about C++ right now. That will give me a blinding headache.
Plus, if I build a game in C++, then if streaming doesn't work out for me and I do have to get a job again, I have C++ that I can put down on my resume as well, and I can get a job getting paid the big money doing C++. Yeah. So this thing here, what I use here for my audio control, it's a Linux tool. This is Linux based. This is Pavu control. So it's this thing. Pavu control or pulse audio volume control is a graphical tool for managing audio settings on Linux systems that use pulse audio sound server. It allows users to control the volume of individual applications and hardware devices separately. That's it. Just standard Linux software. That's my problem with GD Script and Odin. They're very scope limited. Yeah. Gonna pass out now. Good luck, Icarus. I hope it works out this time. 100%, I love learning C++ just because it gives me massive insights of how computer actually works and runs commands. Yeah. Good night, Icarus. Not as much as if he made a game in assembly. Pavu also works with Pipewire. Yep. That is correct, G-Man Prime. My next question was, but Linux? Exactly. Linux. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow, Oki. Oh god, maybe. Why am I back over here? That's not where I want to be. I want to be here. Nice. Oh, do you use Archdragon? Doodles, Oki. You don't? Then why did you say Arch Linux, by the way? Why? Why'd you do that? I'm a Win 10 pleb until it does. And then I will see what Linux I will use. That's fair. Rob said it for the memes. How hard is Arch to set up realistically? For someone who's been on LMDE for a year and grew up on Windows, I feel capable, but I'm so scared. So these days, it used to be Arch was very difficult to set up because you would either need to find an install script that would walk you through the installation process, or you would have to install all the different things yourself and hope you don't mess up. These days, Arch Linux comes with a script by default, which is Arch install. And this script gives you an interface to go through and select the applications to install, the graphical drivers to install, the desktop and window manager that you want to use, all that kind of stuff, and create a user and stuff like that. And then it takes care of everything for you. So it's a lot easier to set this up. It's still difficult to do updates. Be prepared for something to unexpectedly break. Yes. So for example, yesterday, before I started my nighttime stream, I updated my system. A system upgrade. Upgraded the Linux firmware, updated the kernel, updated FFmpeg and OBS and graphic drivers and all that kind of stuff. Updated all of it in one go. Nothing broke, but I was scared. Because there was a conflict between two packages that two different things were dependent on. One of those packages is what OBS Studio Browser, which is an OBS implementation on Linux that has web browser functionality so that it can do browser sources and capture things like Twitch alerts and Tangia and stuff like that. So what I did is I uninstalled OBS and the conflicting package. I couldn't just uninstall the conflicting library package because it would break OBS, so I had to uninstall both. And then I ran the system update, and then I reinstalled OBS and that package on their latest versions, and just hoped, prayed that everything worked. So updating can be a little bit finicky. It can do things that cause you to fear. It's not a seamless experience. It's not as easy, which is why, and that is the reason why I suggest people starting out on Linux go with Mint or Fedora or something like that, because you're unlikely to have those issues. You are unlikely to have those issues. Why is your stream flickering and saying error, missing dependencies all over? What you just described there, Manna, what you just described there is exactly what I would imagine appearing in a 90s movie about computers when something goes wrong with the system and it just starts flashing on the screen what went wrong. Honestly, with OBS, I either use the OBS browser or the Flatpak. I can't use, I don't use Flatpak because Flatpak has a habit of breaking things outside of Flatpak, I've found. So I've been turned off Flatpak. And when you say OBS browser, do you mean OBS Studio? No useful info really, just errors. Error, shit's broke. LMD has been idiot proof for me so far. Yeah. Like, you can have very straightforward process for installing stuff. That's fine. But yeah, it's... There are times where things go a little bit haywire and don't go as smoothly as you would like them to. Change, that's a node that I need to set up. No, OBS Studio Browser. Default Arch OBS doesn't have browser extensions. Exactly. OBS Studio Browser, that's the one that I'm using. That is the one that I'm using. And that's the one that had the conflicting package. The package that conflicted was libvlc luajit. This package. So it conflict, like it. There's a lib for it, which conflicts, but like it's needed for like what is it? We go OBS Studio Browser. Had conflicts with that package before? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. God, there's so many. So much stuff. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It works. I think it's OBS WebSocket. Something. Now you got Luajit there. Luajit there. It might be the FFmpeg stuff that requires it, actually, or the WebSocket app. I know something through the dependency tree requires it. The whole thing. The whole thing. For better performance, you can remove the French language that comes by default with rm-fr/*. If only we were noobs here, Dragon. Last error I got was literally general hardware error, but when I checked, it said everything is healthy. Well, yeah, everything was healthy. That doesn't mean there wasn't a general hardware error. Your system can recover from a general hardware error. Like... Just because there was a general hardware error doesn't mean there still is a general hardware error. Alright? Let's do this.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah, ads are over. Why is Hallmark doing Christmas in July? Because money, Manna. Because money. They could do Christmas all year long if they could. I know some people who wouldn't even read and just go all the way through. I have to refer to the docs, but what's -fr again? Force remove or something. Yeah. So -r is recursive, and -F is force. So you're telling it to forcibly, you're telling it to remove recursively by force. Yeah. Yeah. Everything under the slash. When there's a giant greedy man-child running things, that tends to happen. You know it. You know it. Unrelated, I found a bunch of Tim Tams in my local grocery store. Nice. Buy them all. Buy them all. Did they block the infinite thread creator? I don't know what you mean. I do not know what you mean. No, not visual. So what I need in here, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, change. It is a node 3D, good. Oops. Oh, that thing. I don't think so. There were 4 flavors: milk chocolate, dark chocolate, mint, and chewy caramel. I bought every flavor but the caramel. Yeah, the chewy caramel's not that great. Honestly, out of all of those, if it's proper Tim Tams and it's made with proper chocolate, not American chocolate, the milk chocolate will be the best. Milk chocolate will be the best. What's Tim Tam? I hear mint, and now I want one. It's these. Tim Tams. Tim Tams. Tim Tams. Tim Tams. Tim Tams. Butterscotch and cream. Dark choc espresso martini. You've got original chewy caramel, double coat, and dark chocolate. You've also got dark mint, which is dark chocolate and mint. You know, why don't we just go flavors? It'll be easier to do this. This is essentially Australia's Oreo. That's what this is. Australia's Oreo. So you got strawberries and cream, which is a white chocolate. You got the original, which is, this is the best one. Just like Oreos, the original is the best. Then you've got the white chocolate Tim Tam. You got the dark double coat, which is just 2 layers of milk chocolate instead of 1. And then you've got the cafe latte, the dark choc mint. You've got the salted caramel brownie. You've got the decadent triple choc. You've got chewy caramel. Gluten-free. No one cares. Tim Tam Jats, which is just with the cookie replaced. Murray River Salted Caramel. Those are amazing. The Tim Tam Deluxe, you've got, yeah, cafe triple choc, salted caramel brownie, choc mint. I thought there were more. There's many more flavors than this. There are many more flavors than this. Tim Tam Red Velvet. These ones. So like there's Red Velvet Tim Tams as well. Red Velvet Tim Tams are really nice. They are Timothy Tamathys. That's correct. Timothy Tamathys. This claps Oreos. Timothy Tamaros. Give me the dark chocolate mints. Yeah. It's they're just better. They're just better. It doesn't matter what what people say, they're just better. It's a dark mint that I got, and original and dark choc. Yeah. So you've got 3 of the best flavors. That's what you've got. Upward review, G-Man. I must live vicariously through you. And then I think Australia, and they are made in Australia. Yeah, of course they are. Can't get them anywhere else. The other thing that Australia has that's great is Bundaberg. Bundaberg sodas. These things are amazing. So, where are we? Traditional brews. You got ginger beer, you got sarsaparilla, you got lemon lime bitters, traditional lemonade, creamy soda, peach, passion fruit, pink grapefruit, blood orange, guava, tropical mango, and pineapple and coconut. This ginger beer, delicious. Delicious. Amazing. Best thing in the world. Yeah. I found a few of those at times in the store I used to work at, the sarsaparilla. Yeah. Oh my god, Bundaberg ginger beer is my jam. I know, right? Fuck, do these survive international shipping? I want to try. I think they do. If we stay on the American one... There you go. There you go. They might not be available actually, because it just says no feature offers available. Maybe you can't. Currently unavailable. Maybe you can't. I don't know. I think I need to get some coding done, take my mind away from this. That's fair. That's fair, Mike. Wait, Mike, you weren't kidding earlier? No, Mike wasn't. I'm gonna have to get an Oz homie to hustle it. Fair. Fair. Let's see, if I lock that there... I need to add 2 nodes. Notes. Coins. Oh, straight being an ass. Mana. Mike's an Aussie. Alright? Being sarcastic. Being a dick. That's kind of how we act. Actually, I'm gonna have to move this. Get the full stage on Thursday? Yeah, nice. I wasn't aware. Scream no at it, Mike. You got this. Yeah, you gotta be a bit more firm with it. You gotta go, no. Actually, no, let's pop that there. Move this to 0.1, negative 0.15. There we go. So notes will start there, coins will start there, and that will just go out to the side. Chest out, serious tone. No. At this point, they're moving forward. Got a port put in on Thursday, and then start full chemo on Tuesday next week. At least it's only 16 weeks. Yeah, auto mod's gonna catch that. You can't go saying something like that. Don't worry. I'm sure Mike saw it. Mike's a mod. Get what you need from the kind of people around you. Yeah. So with that, I think over here, we need to set up an export or an on-ready. Notes. Be a node 3D. And coins. That camera doesn't hit too hard and get through that shit. Come out the other side and say you whooped its ass. I'll be in channel a lot when I can. And we will be here. We're going to see you here when HypnotiK got Greyhouse hair and a beard to his booty hole. It's what, like 3 months? That's not very long, Manor. What are you doing? Now, we were talking about the other day, the worst thing is that Mike will lose his beard. That is the worst thing. Yep. The big problem is I'll be losing my white blood cell, so I'll be prone to infection, so I won't be able to go out much. Yeah, exactly. Because it doesn't just go after the cancer, it goes after your it impacts your immune system too. I shaved my head last night. Welcome to the egg gang. That actually reminds me, Mike. I was thinking about baubles that I can create today, and I was thinking, would you be cool with me creating a bauble based on you as a photographer? And I can feature your bauble in the comics as a photographer, taking photos of the superheroes fighting the villains. Kind of like a Peter Parker kind of role, you know? Mike Parker. That reminds me, I'm not actually adding this anywhere. A freelancer. Actually, Lance Freeman. Lance Freeman, a freelance photographer for the newspapers. That's what they do with comic books, isn't it? Woodman, the woodcutter. No, that would be Jack Lumber. A woodcutter would be Jack Lumber. Yeah. He's a lumberjack and he's okay. Jack Lumber, the lumberjack. There you go. The beard. The beard. The beard. Oh, that's in Discord. All right. Actually, I'm just wondering, what would Grapher photo? Graph photo. I guess Graph, if you did GRAF, could be a first name. You know? So a photographer could be Graph photo. Yeah. So that way, you know, their profession is photograph photographer. Yeah. You know where I'm going with it. Stop acting like you don't. Amount is less than 100. Coins add child. Mesh. Else. Notes. Add child. Mesh. Now, I need to like move them along. Optic Prime. Clark Lens. Alright. Clark Lens. I like that. I like that. The Aperture Adventure. Just so you know, Mike, I will model that photographer based on you. So it's gonna be a bobblehead. It's gonna have your hat. It'll have your camera. It'll have your camera on the waist. It'll have like your get up, you know, your clothing style. Focus pocus. That's the you know how the Hulk says Hulk smash. This Clark Lens, whenever he goes to like snap a photo, he always says hocus pocus. Hey Timo. G'day you dunce, how are you? Welcome in. What were you up to today? Give us all of the information. I want to hear all of it. All of it. Welcome in, y'all. I'm HypnotiK. If you've never seen my mustache before, here it is. It's glorious. It frames my face nicely. We're working on a Bobble Shop Simulator. And coming up with funny names for the bobbles to use. Yeah. It's going to be fun. So yeah, we're just working on some currency stuff at the moment for handing people back their change and whatnot. Saw a floating head with crazy mustache. Raid. That's right. That's right. It's crazy just how big this thing's gotten. Like, it's up to like 33.5 centimeters now, I think it is. It's big. It's big. It's nice. It's good. It's getting there. It's getting to the world record. We're almost there. But what were you working on? Give us do you have anything you want to show off? An itch page, a Steam page, a video, a short, anything? Working on your 3D platformer made in Godot, mixed between Mario, Galaxy, and The Little Prince. Nice. Just added a bit of character customization. Nice. Nice character customization. Beautiful. Love it. The mustache is like 2 fish hooks for potential raiders. Damn right. Damn right. Forget the content. No one cares about that. It's not good. It's the mustache. That's why everyone comes here. Everyone comes for the mustache, and then comes for the mustache. I'm sorry. I had to. I'm sorry. Ignore that. I spam stuff on Blue Sky about the dev of the game if you want. Nice! I will definitely give you a follow. Let's see. Ooh, nice. Oh, nice. That's cool. That looks very nice. That looks gorgeous. The little puff effect when you land and you run, nice. This looks great. Did you did all the 3D modeling and stuff? That is cool. We're the real product, damn right. He has cameras in all our houses. Artist first, coder later. Nice. Nice. That is beautiful. Like, damn. Nicely done. Nicely done. I look forward to seeing the progress. Meanwhile, over here, I'm using Cinti assets to do my stuff. Yeah. This is all Cinti assets. And then I've created the UI myself, sort of thing. And yeah, we've got these. I made that shelf. I made this shelf. I made this box, but Papa Laquan made the artwork for it, so not really impressive from a 3D modeling standpoint on my end. I made a box. Someone else made the art. And you can open them up. Oh, look, you got a bobblehead. You got a bobblehead. Yeah. I went into Blender, I made a box, and then I went save. The bobbleheads are Kenny assets as well. So we're using a mixture of Cinti and Kenny assets and custom made stuff. I did make this cash register. I made this cash register today, this morning. Yeah. We also made this slide with the notes. So, yeah. Kenny is cool. Kenny's amazing. Kenny's fantastic. Everyone be proud of his box. He needs this. I need it more than you can imagine. I need it so much. It's been really hard. Never leave home without a kiss, a hug, and an I love you. Then remove the pet hair from your mouth as you walk to the car. Yep. 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 Kenny a lifesaver if we're talking about the same Kenny. Kenny assets. Yeah, free asset boy. It's correct. It looks great, champ. Gotta go eat. Good luck with your game and your boxes. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Much appreciate the raid, you legend. I will try to keep people entertained. Immediately stops talking. Now, what I've got to do, I'm currently figuring out what to do with the notes and the change. So, we can assign change to the customer, like how much we're giving back to the customer. And we need to, as I add them here, I need to move where they're being placed. So I can probably set up a change starting X. Is that right? Yes, X. Inside the ready, we can do change start X equals notes position X. It just needs to be that. And then we can do notes shift and coins shift. No. Offsets. That's what I want. I'm doing this wrong. Doing it wrong. Notes offsets. Coins offsets. Now, I feel I'm going to need it to be a vector. Love my fur babies more than anything. That's good life advice. They're good. They deserve it. That's right. They deserve it for doing nothing at all. Just being there. That's all they need to do. They just need to be there. Let's see here. So what we need to do, we need to add them in here, and then we need to shift them based on their position. Notes are just going to be mesh position X equals const note offsets will be 0.05. Coin offset will be a float of 0.01. And what we do is this will be note offsets multiplied by notes get child count. And coins position Y, position X will be coin offset multiplied by coins get child count divided by 2. No, because if it's 0 and 1, I wouldn't want it to be remainder either. I could round it up. Do like a round eye. Well, not a round eye, a seal. a seal I. So we seal the integer. So when it's 0, it stays at 0. When it's 0.5, it rounds to 1. When it's 1, it stays at 1. When it's 1.5, it rounds to 2. So yeah, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. All of that will increase the x. And then we do coins position x equals coin offset multiplied by floor I. Coins get child count over 2. There we go. Just saw the list. Bobble Ross is too cute. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. That's not even all of them. Like we've got a bunch already in here. I should probably add the ones that we already have. So what we've got. Casey Crutchley. Bobble Ross. Oldie Locks. Bald Bobby. Relaxing Randall. And then down here we'll have Business Betty. There we go. Sophie Science. There we go. So that's all the ones that we've got at the moment. We still need to make you. I'm just going to put a little asterisk besides the ones that we need to create. What's Randall play on? Nothing. He just looks like a Randall. That's all. So the ones with asterisks are the ones that we still need to make. Anything with an asterisk still needs to be modeled. He's just chilling. Yeah. He's relaxing Randall. He's just chilling out. Doesn't do much. Just hangs out. So you got the casual bobbles, which is like regular people. Like they might have a hobby or something, but they don't really do much. And then you've got athletes. They'll all be like sport-based. So we've got a judoka there. Someone who's like a judo practitioner. And then you've got... we'll have like a soccer player. We'll have a wrestler. We'll have a sumo. We'll have a golfer. We'll have a tennis player. Basketball player. Gymnast. Swimmer. Those are all the sports that I can think of. Baseball. Cricket. Yep, all that stuff. Put at least one mech, so when I play, I can pretend I'm doing gunplay. No, there's not gonna be a mech. What are you talking about? This is a bobble sim, not a mech sim. Jeepers. We can close that out anyway. Mechheads deserve to bobble too. Not in my game. In my game, you need a very specific license to bobble. Yep. All of the villains down here, all of the villains are going to be they're going to be people behaving as a cat, like acting like a Karen. One of them's just going to be called Karen. That's going to be the leader. Alex Anger is just someone that's like angry for no reason. Nuclear Nathan is just someone having a complete and utter meltdown. Fumbletooth is just someone that just fumbles everything they do, but just acts like a Karen towards other people when they do, trying to cover up their embarrassment. The Slap is a hero. As a hero, what they do is when someone's behaving like a Karen, they just come running past and slap them. That's all it takes to be a superhero in my world. That's so good. So good. You weren't joking about them coming alive or doing things? That's cool. Oh, no. Like, so they will come alive. Like, they will become sentient occasionally. But only one bobble will become sentient at a time. These here, the reason why I'm giving them backstory, the reason why they're getting backstory, is because I also want to create a bunch of comics. So, in the game... so for example, in Trading Card Game Simulator, you can sell the cards, you can also sell sleeves, you can sell dice, you can sell board games, you can sell plushies, all this type of stuff, okay? In this, you'll be able to buy the bobbles, but you'll also be able to buy repair kits and display cases for the bobbles and stuff like accessories for the bobbles. And you'll also be able to buy comics. And each comic will be like, it won't be readable in the game because that's a bunch of coding and stuff that I need to do that I just can't fit into the time frame. And it'll be for some of the bobbles. So like a portion of the bobbles will have a comic that follows them. And then we will release, like we will make those comics in real life and we will sell those comics as kind of like merchandise that you can get. If you want to read the comic that you're selling in the store, you can. You know, and the comic will go through the bobbles that you're selling in your store. You know, it'll give them a story, sort of thing. Even just like Fallout magazine collectibles would be cool. So there'll be stuff that you order in a pack of magazines and then you or you order in a pack of comics and you sell the comics in your store, sort of thing, to customers. And yeah, you'll be able to there'll be that type of stuff. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Yeah, I feel that adds a layer to, like, a real world layer to the game, other than just here's a game, play the game. It's like, here's the game, play the game. Also, if you want to, read the story about the bobbles. You know, read their backstory. Read why people are purchasing these baubles in your game. You want to get an actual plushie of one of the baubles? Sure thing, we can set that up. You know? You have a 3D printer, print some up. Exactly. I can take the 3D models of the bobbleheads. I can set them up to be 3D printed and have a bobble to them when, like, sort of thing. And then I can print them on my 3D printer. And I can sell the bobbles. Well, stuff like that. I thought about designing and printing an actual manual for, like, from the good old days. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's something tangible from the game itself. You know? These days, it's like, oh, you can get this collectible stand or this collectible statue. It's like, yeah, but that just sits on my shelf, you know? You know? I'd rather something that gives people something extra. I'll be hyped to figure out why Nuclear Nathan is so ready to explode. Exactly. Exactly. At the end of it, you find out that it's just because they're a fruitarian and they're just hungry all the time because they're malnourished because they're only eating fruit. I don't know if that's the direction I'm going with it. That was just off the top of my head, like, first thing. What's a reason someone could be angry all the time? Because they're malnourished. That could work. This needs to be Z position. Does that need to be negative too? Let's pop you that way. Okay, cool. So it needs to be negative. Actually, does that need to be negative as well? Ooh. No, X needs to be positive. Z needs to be negative. Okay. Okay. There we are. Easy. Throw a negative in there and it's all good. All right, so with that, have a full demo on, how the fuck do you know when you're worthy of getting Kickstarter money? A lot of people do those things with their Kickstarter campaigns. True. That's true. I've thought about it, but I'd hate myself if I couldn't deliver. Have a full demo and such, like you would be presenting to a publisher. Yeah. Yeah, so you do it when you have a demo. Something tangible, something that people can see. You don't want to try and do it when all you have is an idea of a game, because no one's going to buy into an idea. They want to see something before they're comfortable parting with their money. That was nice. Just need to get this set up here. Alright. With that done, is there anything under here that references the old? There isn't. Godot has a mobile app, by the way. Does it? Godot for Android. There you go. The Play Store, the APK, or the Horizon Store for the Meta Quest 3 and Pro. That it does. That it does. Nodders, then I'm on the right track. Just trying to finish my prologue demo first. Smart. Smart. Yeah. All the different places that Godot can run is amazing. Like, I want to see, because this is just going to take me to like other platforms. Here we go. Tricky, welcome in. So yeah, Android. They've even got the web editor. So like you've got Godot engine web editor. It does have limitations, obviously. But yeah, you can, like use the web editor to create your game if you want to. Updating Godot? What do you mean? No, I'm not updating. I'm just like having a look at the different versions they've got and whatnot. So they've got Linux, Mac, Windows, Android, and a web editor. Like the fact that you can have Godot run on Android to make a game and run on a web editor as well. I like to see Unity and Unreal do that. Furniture. Sale counter. On here, I'm going to clear you out. I'm going to quick load. Displays desk. It was 1 point. That doesn't seem right. Why are you off the ground? Get off the ground. Get off the ground. Just stay there. Jesus Christ. You're doing 2 streaming shifts again today? Of course I am, Fira. This is my second. I'm always doing 2 every day. Every single day. So invigorating. Is Godot made on Godot? That is the real question. So, now, Godot is the Godot engine is written in C++. This editor here, this entire editor that you interact with, this is made with Godot. Yeah. Yeah. True, you're on the opposite side of the earth. Exactly. It's not even just a meme. No. So like this stuff here, these input fields here, this option window here, like these labels, this here is their text window thingamajig, whatever they call it. This is their tree list. Like, if you want, so if you go into editor and editor settings, scroll all the way down, actually go into theme and go all the way down to the bottom. This custom theme here, this custom theme, you can create a Godot theme file, and you can use that to style this entire window however you want. Yep. Well, let's try to download Unreal. The SSD is dead after that. Yep, that happens. That happens. So, for example, if I go editor settings, I go custom theme, select that, open. Now, I must restart. So if I, see, look at that, look at that, look at that. It has already made changes based on my custom theme without me closing anything. If I get rid of that, everything goes back. So yeah, the Godot editor is made with the Godot engine. Pretty good. Pretty good. And I think that's why Godot's UI, UI controls that you can build your game UI with are so stable and so good, because it's not just, they're not just creating that stuff for you to use in your game. They are also using it for the IDE. Unlike Unity and Unreal, where their entire IDE is completely different. Like yeah. It's good. It's so good. UE uses its own code for the IDE and components. Like, what do you mean when you say their own? Like, is it the same ones that they give you to create the UI in your game? I always find trying to create a UI in Unreal Engine was, I could never figure it out. Anyone can look into the Unreal source code, which is good. True. It's a step in the right direction. The Slate framework is the base of the UE, and the UI components you use are based on Slate. What is Slate? This thing. That's why. All right. Like back when I was trying to Slate is the first version of the UI in UE. Interesting. I've never seen this. The UMG, which is the new version, uses Slate under the hood and exposes the blueprint code. Interesting. And we got ads incoming. What do I need to do? That's right. I need to double check this. I hate UE's UI stuff. As a graphic designer, it made 0 sense to me. Fair enough. I rest my case. You want to use the new common UI framework in UE now? Bugger, ads. I just wait for all my plugin development in C++. Nice. Nice. I already migrated to Godot, and you've never looked back, have you, Manor? We need... this. Also do mono game. You do mono game? You made XNA. What are you talking about? Without XNA, there's no mono game. I use both UE and Godot. With a little Unity on the side. Just code your own UI framework, won't take long. Exactly. Exactly. Only true devs use things that they make themselves. Nothing else. Only stuff that you make. Alright, so if we do that... One, two, three, four. We'll have to sub tomorrow, bloody heads. Lies. Bam! There you go, Mike. No ads for you.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, it's a rover. Godot is my main engine of choice. Yeah, it's good. Let's see. -7, -0.7. There we go. Unity I use for AR, VR development. Nice. Mono games, your baby. Yep, understandable. Isn't XNA that Xbox related stuff? Why do I know that abbreviation? XNA. It's a framework. Platform for video game development offered by Microsoft. Microsoft XNA is a freeware set of tools with a managed runtime environment that Microsoft Gaming developed to facilitate video game development. Stardew Valley was written in XNA. Yep. That shit's old now. Wow. Yep. But Monogame was made on top of, like, from XNA sort of thing. Started by converting DirectX native to managed code, called the first version MDX. Ew. My mustache is doing horribly today. My mustache is usually doing a lot better. After a bit marketing, converted to XNA. Created the XNA Creators Club. Nice. Bastion, Celeste, Fez, Stardew. Yep. Fez is real good. Alright, lock that in. That'll prevent NPCs from walking behind here. You're part of development lore. Now, Windows Universal Applications. I hated Silverlight. I had to work on Silverlight. Yes, I'm old. All right. Now's where the interesting part gets in. We'll do checkout, which will trigger that. Where are we? Where is interact primary? Triggers that. Okay. Interact primary. If someone was working on the light switch, that was a fun idea in era of development. So. You need that. And then cash register. Toggle open. There we are. So it was a little disheartening that 2 of my projects with MS got binned.
WoW still up?
Yes, I am. I am still up. I am 4 hours and 15 minutes into this stream. And we've got 45 minutes-ish left. And then I need to go to bed so that I can get up and start streaming 9 hours after. Yeah. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. How are you doing, Lupo? How's things? Maybe more appropriate than Kaza. What? Let's see. Primary interact. It's very, very hot. 38 degrees C right now. That is hot. That is hot. 15 degrees for me right now. 15 right now for me. Not bad. Not bad. That's why I don't have the beanie on. I think the amount of hair I have is starting to provide some level of warmth. Because, yeah, I don't need the beanie anymore. And I feel this amount of hair is... I mean, at least you can actually see my hair on stream now. You. Duplicate this. This is going to be... add money. Remove money.
Do you wash your beard with shampoo too?
Yep. I have a special beard shampoo that I need to pick more up of tomorrow. Bugger, look at this. Microsoft X and A. Oh, from 2007. Damn. Interesting. That's me. That's not you. That's not you. That's you. Oh, he's talking about you. Oh, Glenn Wilson, right there. Yep. In the small article, I go through the process of installing Blender and Python, then show you how to export a model, display, and rotate it inside an XNA application or game. Nice. You're famous, Mike. He called your article small. Mike has a small article. G'day, Cobbler. Oh, what a time to show up. That was funny. That was... Oh, god damn it, Lupo. Devoted my life to never playing a game on the Xbox 360. So, I'll never use this. Classic 078. Think girls ever read your article, Mike? It's so small. It's not the size of the article that matters. It's how it's written. Hello, Cobbler. I used to play this one Lego game on my Xbox 360, and whenever I would change characters, specifically twice, my entire Xbox would crash. It was so weird. That is odd. Menu order can be 1. Interact. Primary. It's the personality that matters. It's the content that matters. It's what the article contains that is what matters. Lego games go so hard, but I can't imagine any of them crashing a 360. I mean, I can. It is an Xbox.
Sometimes the smaller the better when it comes to articles.
Paste this. 20. It was a Pirates of the Caribbean game, and I had it pirated. This game about pirates cannot be pirated, or it will crash your machine. Interesting. Who would have thought?
Back then, owning a game console or PC was a privilege, wasn't?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, tea time! G'day, you gidunts. How he's doing? Oh, that is a beautiful lick emote. What up, Small Knight? How are you doing? Welcome in. What were you doing today? Give us the details. Give us, post links to itch stuff, or to YouTube stuff, or to whatever. You know, keep it safe. Alright. Welcome in, y'all. I'm HypnotiK. If you've never seen me before, this is my mustache. And I'm making a Bobble Shop Simulator. It's like trading card game simulator, except there's horrific things that happen to bobbleheads in it. Yeah. We're just working on our cash register at the moment. So, all the joy of an actual job in a game. Was working on a small hobby game called You and I. Ooh. What's it about? Ed, g'day. Do you nest deadly spiders in the beard as well? Not deadly spiders. Not deadly. Most of what you see here is actually just like huntsman legs. They're actually just like all bundled up here, just like gripping onto the bottom of the chin. It's a platform game where the platform is the user interface. Oh, nice. Nice, that's smart. That's very smart. It's got to be about you and I. Saw him grab a spider from it and just eat it like a chip. Hey, I provide them a home, they provide me food. Alright? Knew it was huntsmen's all along. Hey, the huntsmans make the huntsman. Alright? Remember that. I was scared of the aura. Usually mine just have ticks and moose when I grow mine out. Thankfully, I would know. I would know if I got a tick, because in Australia, the ticks generally have like a bacteria that causes paralysis. So, don't get bitten by ticks in Australia. Tea time. Is that a play on words letters? Eating spiders like they're gushers. Yep. Not just gushers, but crunchy gushers. Let me just comb this out for you real quick. Gotta hit the comb. Everything deadly in Australia? Not everything. Just most things.
In Australia, everything that bites causes paralysis.
No. Not all of them cause paralysis. Some of them just cause necrosis in the flesh. Alright? It's a shame I suffer from a horrible case of pube beard. That would suck. That would suck. Crunchy spider gushers. Not only crunchy, but hairy. Alright? The 1,000 pound killing trains that everybody seems to think are so cute and peaceful. You know it. Let me see if this will run for us. Excellent. So this is our game. We're using Cinti assets. Cinti assets combined with Kenny assets. This is a new desk. I need to adjust it. I need to make it smaller in Blender. Obviously it's too large at the moment. But yeah, this is our environment. We're using Sky 3D for the sky. We've got our interface here that you buy stuff. You know? And then you pick up your stuff. You place your furniture wherever you want. This has bobbles in it. So we've got some box art for the bobbles. This was done by Laquan. Absolutely amazing artist. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that box. Look at that. And then you open the box and it breaks because I'm still building the game and there's things that I haven't tested. So of course it's going to break, you know? It's just what happens. Small, I got French genes. I feel ya. So Mana, you can grow the pencil mustache. Yeah. If I'm out in the woods, I'm way more scared if I see a moose than a bear, because they are way more aggressive. You could just sink half of the shelf into the ground. I could, but no. Bears are harmless. Why else would they make dolls in their image? Yeah. There's a reason they're called Care Bear. Duh. It breaks because the contents of the box are too powerful. I've been trying to debug that for a long time. So. Feature, not a bug. You won the game and exited immediately, so you can brag about it. Yep, I can do the pencil mustache. Nice. But yeah, I'm just working on getting this stuff set up. So we spent like the last week rebuilding our interaction system. I shouldn't say rebuilding our interaction system. I should say actually building an interaction system. So yeah. Just going through the tedious process of updating things now. And creating nodes. Australian bears are different though. Yeah. Our bears don't attack you from the land. Our bears attack you from the sky. Alright? They're like paratroopers, but they don't have parachutes. They use you to soften their fall. Do they have pouches? No. So glad you knew the joke I was going to make. Of course. Of course, I'm an Aussie. Of course I know. We all collectively know when that's coming. There's also we were talking earlier about Tim Tams and the best flavors. Everyone loves them. I pretend to be Australia, somehow forced every animal to develop a pouch. Even the flies, you know? So what's your favorite Tim Tam? Both of you guys were mates with Mark Chopper, right? Mates? Well, sure. We'll call it mates. Only because I don't want to be hunted. Now I'm hungry. They look so good. I know. Do you know Crocodile Dundee? Crocodile Dundee? You mean my grandfather? I think maybe the salted caramel Tim Tams. So the Murray River salted caramel. Yeah. Triple choc Tim Tams go hard. Nah, too much chocolate. The Murray River salted caramel Tim Tams are the best. They are the best. I just needed to make sure you weren't talking about the chewy caramel, which are and then we were also talking about the Bundaberg soft drinks. So there are so many Bundaberg soft drinks now. The ginger beer, obviously, is the best. Never been a Triple Choc fan? Yeah. Aren't they the straw stuff? Fuck, I'm going to walk back pissed me off because you didn't do dishes again. What the hell? Love me a Bundy ginger beer. Damn right. Damn right. Easiest way to drink 60 grams of sugar in 20 seconds. The fact that you can just chug it as well without a thought. Dangerous. Aren't Tim Tams like a chocolate thing that you turn into a straw? Yes. Yes, they are. The Tim Tam Slam. It's a one-use straw. Once you use it once, it's done. Never been a huge fan of ginger beer, so you lost me there. They do have others. The Bundaberg doesn't just have ginger beer. They also have creamy soda. They have sarsaparilla. They have guava, blood orange, peach. They've traditional lemonade, lemon, lime, and bitters. They've got flavors galore up there. It's the only good thing to come out of Queensland. VB Wong next in the 8 in the morning. 8-pack either. VB is horrible. The guava hits hard in a good way. Yes, it does. That is true. And you know I went to Denmark, right? Over there, they put a really big tax on sugar, but a really low tax on alcohol. So booze is cheaper than soft drinks. Oh my god, that would be fantastic. But it's pricey, my own nose with it, yeah. Very true. Very, very true. Way too expensive. Close this out here. I wouldn't like it, I don't drink. You come to Denmark here, in Western Australia. Ew. Ew. Actually, that's a question. So, T, you're in Western Australia. You're in Perth. Is that right? Do you know Snin? Do you know Sninko? No, we have been to Fremantle. That's fair. Don't think so. You should look them up. They're also a game dev streamer using Unity. Sninko Games. They raided us, so they're in our stream title. Yeah. He's in Perth. He's in Perth, so. Oh, no, one other streamer in Perth. Hello, Sonny. How are you? Welcome in. Def, check him out. Check him out. Yeah. I'll give you a taste. I'll give you a taste of what you're in for with a couple of the emotes. I'll give you a couple of their emotes so that you can prepare yourself. Okay? It's... They're so good. Basically a Kiwi, right? Like, gotta take a 5-minute swim. Other side of the country. Other side of the country. We all know that New Zealand is is just another state of Australia. Okay? Okay? Another for your research. Research. another game for me to play on stream and claim on as a tax write-off. I love being a streamer. For shame, Hypno. Why? Why for shame? I said New Zealand is another state of Australia. That's it. It's worth it, trust me. Trust me. What is it? What is this game? What is this game? Really? What is this game? This is a game shop simulator. Oh god. That is ridiculous. Why she on the floor? She was cleaning the floor. I don't ask me why. I don't want to be mistaken for a Kiwi anymore. Oh, I'm not mistaking you for a Kiwi. I'm just saying that, yeah, Kiwi's another state in Australia. That's it. Because all you guys are orange from the sun anyways. Kiwi is the exact opposite to WA. I mean, not quite. They're both Australia. They're not the exact opposite. That trailer was all about her. Yeah, that's all they wanted to put in the trailer. That's it. That was ridiculous. That was the stupidest thing. Sad I'm such a pasty white Aussie. Closer to the ghost than the orange. Replay the trailer. I think I missed the concept of the game. Gotta study some more. You could click the link and go watch it yourself, Manna. Oh. Okay. Last one to update. I need to use you to shield my shame. Manna, it's already in my VOD forever. So, you know. And just to make sure that it stays in my VOD forever, I'm going to pop this up here. So now your message will appear over there. So now it's going to stay in the YouTube VOD forever as well. Alright. Where is it? Where's my chat window? Oh, hang on. I know where it is. There it is. Alright. Now it's there forever. The chat above this is doctored, believe me. I got a dip for now because the washing machine is screaming at me for reasons. That's fair. No worries. Thank you for the raid, T. Much appreciated. I hope you have a great night. I'm here for like another 10-20 minutes myself, and then I've got to go to beddy buys so that I can sleep and then wake up and start streaming in 9.5 hours. So, you know. It is too cold, Goose, isn't it? It is freaking freezing. I mean, not really. For me, it's 15 degrees, so. Munglo! G'day, you gunt. How are ya? Welcome in. What's going on? And move this over here. Beautiful. All of the interactions are set up. 37 degrees. Not good. Not good. Very, very, very not good. So I only set this to be 1 meter tall. Why is none of this? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I almost thought you were sitting on one of those bouncy balls when you did a hop. Then realized you were standing. 16 plus hours a day, every day. I have no chairs in this place. The only time I'm not standing is when I'm on the toilet or when I'm sleeping. That's how I've been for the last 4 years. And my resting heart rate has gone down to like 55. Yep. That is correct, Manna. That is correct. I have standing desks only. That's why I'm able to move around so freely.
You are a liar, you have me.
You shut up. Ignore the chair. That's... Now the game won't have a chair for customers. Of course, it's a Bobble Shop store. Why do customers need to sit? Oh, I know why. I know why. This. There we go. Beautiful. So now, when we walk in, cash register right here. Beautiful. The rest of the world uses Celsius, right? Yes, that's correct. Let me see here. Let me catch up. Kind of do like my sitting down. Like if you spend 10 to 12 hours a day roofing or doing steel, you kind of need a little bit of rest. That's true. That's true. All I do is stand here and do a little dance occasionally. I don't really need to sit down and rest. I think I'd like a standing desk, but I already walk around and stand all day. Doesn't sound like you need a standing desk then. Like, honestly, hot take, I don't think people should be using office gaming chairs for screen time. Use something like a couch so you can move your body around a bit more freely. Yeah. 98.6 degrees sounds like here. Heat index was like 105 Fahrenheit, 110 Fahrenheit, something criminal. God damn. That's horrible. Bouncing ball for the win. Just stand. I'll tell you this. If you stand for 2 weeks straight, the first week, your feet will kill you. You'll go lay down to go to bed, and your feet will be like, oh, thank God. And then the second week, you'll be pretty much fine. You'll still notice it. But after the second week, you won't even realize, like, you won't notice that you're standing. You'll just be at your desk working. And then you'll be like, I'm gonna get a drink. Oh yeah, I'm standing. Yeah, that sort of thing. This is interesting. Legal Mindset is currently talking about a potential fraud issue with pirate software.
You need a seat now.
I do, right? Damn right I do. Actually, I wonder, does Legal Mindset have a... with stream donation inflation stuff? Yeah. I feel like my ADHD would take me away from my desk more often if I was standing. Maybe. Only one way to find out. It depends a lot on the type of surface you're standing on as well, because some stuff you don't want to be standing on for extended periods of time. Yeah, so my floor is carpet, but I've also bought a second mat, like just a bit of carpet to put on over the top of that. So that way I wear out this bit of carpet that I'm standing on, not the carpet underneath on the floor. Yeah. Which I need to get a replacement for this because it's starting to get a hole in it. I've been using it for like 3 years straight. Extra cushion, exactly. Mind. Legal Mindset is kind of shady though, right? Why? Is it a fluffy carpet or something? No. Just carpet. And I know. That's why I do it, not you. We don't have commands here. You can do exclamation TTS. That's about it. Well, that's the only one that you really need to know. Just carpet out and stand on concrete. See how it feels. No, I'm good. I'm good. What happened there?
Otherwise, the main carpet gets dirty, since much of the dust is human skin.
True. I don't know why AutoMod has gotten so aggressive these days. It's gotten way too aggressive. Work 12-hour shifts at a warehouse job. That will fuck your feet right up so fast. Yeah, it will. Yep. Have friends that wrecked their feet after 20 plus years with bad shoes on concrete. Yeah, no, so I will say it's winter right now for me, so it's generally cold for me. So I have slippers on like all day. And the slippers are very comfortable. They're like very cushy as well. So that's like a third layer as well. China still have 996 schedules in factories. 9 6-day weeks, yeah. After a month, I was expecting my feet to just die. So what do we have here? Toggle open. Animation not found open. Ah, yes. That's right. You. New animation. Open. Point 1. Actually, 0.2.
How is the pay though?
Hello, Spartan. 12-hour shifts at a warehouse is hell. How was the pay? The pay for warehouse stuff generally isn't that great.
If it had to be one temperature, for what temperature would it be?
15 degrees. 15 degrees Celsius. People aren't gonna like that, but too bad. Too bad. Forever. Yep, forever. 15 degrees Celsius forever.
$22 to $23C for me.
Nah, wrong. It's wrong. That's just wrong, Lupo. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong from time to time. How to do the animation of... We go... Key. And then I go here. And...
You can't enjoy 15C though.
Yes, you can. There we go. Done. Added coins already? Yep. We've already got different piles of coins and the money's in there. And then, pop. Pop. This converted 15C is wild. 15C is like around my perfect zone. Anything over 20 and I start sweating for most part. Yeah. Like, I like how everyone was all of a sudden like, actually 15 is pretty good now that I've converted it to Fahrenheit. Nosen stress test, yep. Yeah, nice. Okay, so the next thing we need to do inside here, we need to do get interactions. Array interact data. We're gonna do export bar interactions array of interact data. Then we do return that. Trick with -40 and the likes is you just keep moving around. Your body heat will eventually rise itself up. Yeah. I'd say around 20 is my preference. Nah. Probably the fact that you're just stating it. It's out of the ordinary. I was thinking of a different type of tail too. No, No, not that type of tail. The actual type of tail. Very nice operating system, but how does the head operate the keyboard? Oh, I have hands. Yeah, I do. I asked the doctors if I could keep my hands so that I could still use the keyboard and mouse. Yep. Yep. Had to make sure. Had to make sure. It's all done by extensions. A Rayman situation. Rayman wishes. Alright? Rayman still has feet. Alright? That's weird. That's weird. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. Says the guy who talked about his swippers 5 minutes ago. They're metaphorical swippers, alright, Mongolo? And one of the things I say is just to make me appear normal to people so that I'm accepted instead of just being a weird floating head with hands. You can clearly see he doesn't have a body. Yeah. Raymond has a body too. Stop comparing them. So messed up. It's so rude. Is there going to be a cashier machine upgrade, like to have a better machine? No, probably not. I'm not sure what improvements I would add to that, to be honest. Just get your neck a suit, close enough. I do want to set up some sort of face tracking software that I can use with OBS and then have like a dancing stick man underneath me, you know? So it's just constantly dancing, and wherever I go, it's just constantly there dancing. That'd be great. We're agreeing that Rayman is more of a man then. Yes. Yes, we are. We need to go this. There we are. Not gonna lie, your neck having a funny suit and you looking like a giant bobblehead would be awesome game promo. No, you can't. You can't write cobbler. Like, machine accepts cards. So we're gonna have an FPOS reader. Like, that's going to be a separate thing that I still need to model, but that is going to be a thing. So people will be able to give you cash and you give them change. And then people will be able to give you a card and then you enter the amount into the FPOS machine. That's already something I'm going to have by default. Custom shirt with LED strips. Automan style. Respect to the one that gets the Automan reference. At least it's better than my speech to text. That's true. A lot of things are better than your speech to text, though, to be honest. If we're being serious. I'm going to snooze these ads because I want to see if I can get this implemented and if we can raid out before the ads hit. All I need to do is move these things over and have this assign change. Then we do this. There we go. Almost there. Let's see. We're almost there. We're almost there. We've only got 2 more to do after this. Last one. No. No. I'm breaking everything. There we go. Let's see. So we go through here, hit this, and then... Damn it. It's not set up. Yep. None of these are set up with the correct collision layer. Oh, shit.
Here do hamburgers go to dance? The meatball.
Well, that was interesting. Infinite loop. An infinite loop. How did I get an infinite loop? All right. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out tomorrow. Very strange. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. God damn it. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Nice. Yep, cool. I can do that tomorrow. I can fix that up tomorrow. Who are we going to see tonight?
A goat, a drum, and a snake fell off a cliff.
You know what? You know what? I think we've got someone that's releasing a game soon. They're ramping up for the release of Mr. Farm Boy. We're gonna go see Mr. D Boy. Let's see. It is 10 p.m. for me, as you can see up in the top of my screen right there. There's the raid message for yous. I will be back in 9 hours for another 5-hour stream. And I'll be back
New my hypno, you shall not leave stream.
in 19 hours for another 5-hour stream. So, I'll see yous here. Have a good night, you good dunce. If you have the emotes, use them for the raid. If you don't, just say g'day, you good dunce. It's a very nice thing to say. It's not mean at all. Okay? But I'll catch yous tomorrow. Lovely seeing yous all tonight. Toodles.